Morning, Matt.
Good morning, Steve.
How are you?
Doing just fine and dandy. Another beautiful day out there, huh?
It is nice.
Good morning.
Hey, Lena.
It is a beautiful day.
Your volume's a little low.
I'm a little low. I'm always a little
Oh, there
low.
it goes. Now it's getting higher.
Is that better? If I speak louder?
Yeah, if you could speak a little louder, that'd be good.
Okay, thank you.
No, you gotta yell. Can you yell?
No yelling. No yelling.
No yelling. No yelling. That's right.
Morning, everyone.
Good morning. Oh,
Good morning,
recording
Patrice.
in progress. Everybody be careful.
Okay. You're the best behavior.
Right amount. Okay. There we go. So how are we doing? Colleen, Lindsay, Steve, Trish, Rose, Valerie, and Lena. Got a couple minutes. A minute, huh? We could give it a minute. Okay.
Lena, we're looking forward to being in your neck of the woods tomorrow. Sounds like it's going to be a great event. Or actually, it's going to be Thursday. Sounds like it's going to be a great
So
event.
happy that you're all coming out. It is gonna be a great, Judge Reed is, and his team over there doing a great job.
That's wonderful. So I'm anxious to see it.
Yep. Started a childcare center there. I think twice we tried. Steve, you were here, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, originally there was a childcare center on the other side of Seattle. It's really cool. It's a great concept. I'm not sure it didn't get traction though for some reason.
Yeah, twice we tried.
Mhm.
So this is very good.
Yeah.
Okay. And Steve, you sent ARP info, right?
Yeah, those are the slides for this afternoon. So.
Okay, how about time to put it down?
Mm-hmm.
Okie dokie. And are we going to have this Geronimo and Judy going to be here? Do we know?
Yes, both of them are connecting from their homes. So let's see. I don't see them yet on the Zoom.
Geronimo's in attendance. He needs to be upgraded, whatever we call that.
Yeah.
He's waving his hand here.
Oh, can you promote, Colleen, can you promote folks from the waiting room?
I just promoted Supervisor Vasquez, but he's having trouble getting over there. Hold on one second.
Okay.
There it is. Ah.
Okay.
Print. Okay. Get that. Okay, how we doing? Judy is now a panelist.
I just promoted her.
Okay, yeah, nice, nice. So it looks like we should have our board together at this point here. So June 1st, yeah, come with me. And so we have June 1st, 2021. So this is our regular Board of Supervisors meeting. And with that, I'll go ahead and call it to order. And then I'm going to reach out to each of the supervisors, just to make sure that we have you, telephonically, and give you a chance to say hello. So I'll go through it numerically. District 1, Supervisor Horstman. Patrice.
I am here, and happy June, everyone. And great to be here. Thank you, staff and Board of Supervisors. And Look forward to our meeting today.
All right. And then District 2, Supervisor Vasquez. Geronimo?
Morning, everyone. Looking forward to a good meeting. Beautiful weather, so hopefully we can get out and get a little sunshine today.
All right. Maybe squeeze in a 10-mile run at lunch, right? Yeah. All right. District 4, that would be Supervisor Begay. Judy.
Good morning, everyone. Had a slow start, but I'm glad we're all here to address our board issues that we need to discuss and talk about today. And good morning to all the staff and all the rest of the board members. Thank you.
All right. Welcome, Judy. And then our Vice Chair, District 5, Supervisor Fowler. And Lena, go ahead.
Good morning, you. And it is June 1st. This is our regular board meeting and really excited about today. And it is a beautiful day. Thank you.
All right. Okay, Steve, just checking in. You ready to rock and roll here?
Yes, Mr. Chair, staff is ready for the board meeting, so thank you.
Okay, fantastic. Okay, so the first item of business, since we're stepping into our regular meeting, is to have the Pledge of Allegiance. So if everybody could please rise, and if you don't have a flag, face to the east and join us. I pledge allegiance to the flag and to the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I never look at our screen and didn't realize we had it on there. So wonderful. I'm glad we have it that way. Next item of business is a call to public. This is a courtesy. The board offers people to bring an item to our attention that is not on our agenda. And so Colleen is running our show today. Colleen, could you explain to people what they need to do?
Anybody, if you would like to make a comment, please go ahead and either raise your hand, or in the Q&A, there will be a chance to ask a question, but only we will choose answered. Is that correct, Chair Ryan? Usually Lindsay does this.
Yeah. Usually we yeah. Actually, we don't handle Q&A, and we keep chat closed because it's a public hearing.
Correct. Yeah.
But we do provide the opportunity for you to raise your hand. So yes.
Thank you, Chair Ryan.
And I'm not seeing anybody raising their hand. Are you?
Nope, nobody has their hand raised at this time.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and close this item to public comment. If an item comes up later and people want to comment, if it's not a work session item, we will attempt to provide that opportunity. Next item of business is our consent agenda. These are items that are routine in nature. We either saw them in a past work session. It might be a renewal of contract. And so we take them in a single motion. And in this consent agenda, we have 15 items. And I know I need to remove item 1 for our board clerk to comment on. Is there any other item that board members would like to see separated?
Item number 8 and 11, please.
Okay, 8 and 11. Lena, any others out there? If not, I would consider a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items 1, 8, and 11.
I would so move, removing 1, 8, and 11 from the consent agenda.
Okay, I have a motion. Okay, a motion by Supervisor Horstman, a second by Supervisor Begay. Any comment? Hearing no comment, I'll call the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries unanimously. Okay, first item of business is meeting minute notes. Lindsay Daly.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. This is Lindsay, the clerk of the board. And I just wanted to note that for item number 1, for the draft April 27th minutes, we will be adding a statement under item 31 of those minutes, addressing the recusal of Supervisor Horseman on that item regarding the discussion for that item. So I just wanted to make a note for the record that that change will be made for those April 27th minutes. Thank you.
If
Okay,
I,
so, yeah, please, Patricia.
I would at this point like to, and I see they didn't get in, the change didn't make it in the final copy. So if I could please renew my motion, only I want to add to that motion with the amendment to the minutes as set forth by Lindsay Daly.
Okay, I have an amendment proposed, and
Yeah.
who was the second there? Was that you,
Second.
Judy? Okay, 1 minute. Anybody in question of the motion? Okay, all in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Okay, so, yeah, because we need to get
Hey,
these.
hey, Geronimo, your speaker's on right now. Okay, so next up, we have item number 8. Lena.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Board. I pulled this item just to hear more about this program, and I thought that this is an exciting partnership that we always have with the Coconino Community College. But I thought that it'd be really good to just talk about it or have a short presentation on it. I mean, not a presentation, but just explain more about the program, because this has to do with youth training. And I just thought that it'd be really good for this public to hear more about it, and that how this partnership is going to be rolled out. So I'm just very excited about the partnerships that we have with the Coconino Community College and others. And I think this is such a great example of that.
All right, Steve, do you want that, or are you passing to Kim?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the item was submitted by HHS, so Kim is on, but we can also, of course, after the action today, follow up with the college and HHS and WIOA to do a presentation on the program as a greater piece. So I'll, with your permission, Chair, I'll ask Kim to comment.
Thank you, Chair Ryan, Supervisors, County Manager, and Michelle. It looks like it has been promoted to presenter as well, because Michelle can speak even more specific about this. But to your point, Vice Chair Fowler, this is a very exciting opportunity, constantly expanding options for training and for people entering the workforce, and certainly our WIOA, our career services folks, and Michelle's side of the house has been doing a phenomenal job. So I'm going to actually let Michelle speak specific to what a couple of those training components are that are in place with this contract.
Thank you, Chair Ryan and Supervisor Fowler. We are just so grateful to the community college for the programs they are offering. They have stepped up their game with us and have really answered the need of the community of what kind of programs they are looking for in career opportunities. We are able to offer certified nursing assistants, the maintenance certification. They have recently started the commercial driver's license, which is actually starting today. So we are very excited to offer that locally here. And that actually is going to be offered both in-page and Flagstaff, depending on the year and the weather. And so this is really a great opportunity for multiple areas of our community to be able to work on. We are continuing that outreach with Coconino Community College and expand their programming offering. Thank
And
you.
I want to, Mr. Chair, if I may, we already approved number 7, but I think number 7 is another great example of just the projects, just the programs that we do for our communities. And thank you, Michelle. If you could just mention something about that one, I'm just thinking, how in the world were you able to dream up this program?
I would, thanks, Supervisor Fowler. Actually, it wasn't my dream. It was the students' dream, and they wanted to expand that. And it is an in-demand career that we're seeing with our students of choice. And so actually, Jabbar has expanded this program here in Flagstaff. Students previously had to go to Prescott or Phoenix for this training. So it is a barbershop as well as a beautician. So now that we're able to offer both fields within that right here off of 4th Street. So we're excited for that expansion.
Well, thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I could comment also. So in addition to, and Supervisor Fowler and other supervisors, the college is also creating a marine mechanic technology course in Page. And so that actually is going to be one of the few in the Southwest where we have a instructional component to the business side of it that as well. So I know that that's been under development for a couple of years, and they're hoping to launch that sometime this year. So it would be good, however, I think, to Supervisor Fowler's question to maybe look at presentation from the community college on some of the work that they're doing with regard to providing additional voc tech trades opportunities in Flagstaff. And so also probably doing looking at doing probably a larger discussion, possibly looking at a joint meeting between the community college governing board and the board of supervisors sometime in the fall. I think from governance to governance, keeping in that wheelhouse, if you will, an opportunity to do an annual meeting is good because of course they share district lines with each of you as well. So there is some synergy there that we should explore and celebrate. Thank you.
Thank
Great
you.
idea. Great idea.
Yeah, thank you so much. You know, the Marina project, we've been working on that for many, many years. We learned that the only place one of the only places is back east to get certified. So we've been working on that for some time, and it's now at a point where we may be able to roll that program out. So, but I want to thank our staff and the Coconino Community College. They are a great partnership and meeting the needs of our communities and being very, very flexible. You know, that's the key to our communities is that what are the needs and how do we deliver? And that's where flexibility comes in and a lot of creativity also. So I just want to thank them and thank you, Steve. I know you were working on a lot of these projects when you were at the community college. So I just want to thank you and all the staff as well. So I just thought that this is a really good opportunity just to point out the great partnerships that we have and creating programs to meet the needs of our community. So thank you.
And if I may, Mr. Chair, just ditto everything that Supervisor Fowler said. And CCC has been a tremendous partner with Coconino County, and quite frankly, such an important and vital part of our community, not only providing continuing education, but incredible certification and training programs. And they certainly are a tremendous asset for our community. And we do need to sing their praises more because they sometimes go unnoticed because of all the good work they're doing in our community. So big thank you to CCC. And I also agree with Supervisor Fowler. It would be wonderful to have a meeting with their board and for a discussion about what they're doing for us. As I said, I think it's important for us to sing their good work and their wonderful opportunities that they provide members here in our community. So thank you, Chair Ryan.
All right. Others?
Sure. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Supervisor. Okay. Yeah, there you go. That's right.
Okay. I just wanted to say I'm really thankful that Coconino County is doing a lot for as far as in them certifications in various aspects of the jobs that they would like to or are really involved and want to do. So I just have one question. As you see in the registration fees, books, supply materials, and exams, I was just asked if if a person qualifies, are they being helped with all of that, or just portions of where they need help with, as far as maybe books and or testing or whatever? So my question.
So Michelle, did you catch that, or do you? So you are echoing in and out, Judy, and I think the question was associated with assistance with books and other assistance there, Michelle.
Thank you, Chair Ryan. Yes, Supervisor Begay, we do assist, and where we're unable to, we have a maximum amount we can assist with. And once we reach that amount, we do work with our partner agencies to help the student be successful. CCC has some wonderful scholarships as well. Voc Rehab has been a great partner to partner with and assist in those areas. So the idea is that the student comes out with as little debt as possible.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. So Supervisor Vasquez, right.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to commend all the work and, follow up on what my colleagues have said about just the collaboration and thank Coconino Community College for all its efforts, and especially vocational trainings, and looking forward to future collaborations with them on that. I also wanted to give a shout out to Jabbar Nichols and his business going through and doing this program with the county. That's really exciting. It's an example. It's been really cool to watch. Jabbar and I went to high school together, and then his kids went through Killip. And so I've watched his business grow. And so to see him come up at this level this way, I'm really happy for him and just wanted to really commend him for it. So good job, Cuts.
Yes, the true end of the program, seeing us successful associated with it.
I have another comment.
Yeah, go ahead, Judy.
I also see that under alternatives, it says if the board does not choose to approve, there will be others need to be obtained from another vendor potentially. I think we need to look at all potentials regardless, that way we help more students, and that we can move forward with their what they want to achieve.
All right. So Michelle, do you want to respond to that at all? I think kind of self-fulfilling to a certain extent. We want to keep our options open to continue to promote this. Right now, we have really good programs that we've outlined by contract, and hoping that it provides this additional opportunity here on that. I'll follow up and just to repeat a lot that's been said. Always a great relationship with the community college. I will remind this board, although we are beholden to President Smith for the recruitment of a more recent county manager here. So we most certainly need to keep those relationships fresh. And
she's still looking for you, Matt. She's still
That's right. So, and then, the marine mechanic. I think once upon a time, Arizona was one of the highest per capita boats, surprisingly, with a desert community, but with all the lakes around here on it. But it really is a great opportunity, and I'm glad they worked out the CDL program, and anything we can do to, again, connect the community college to other community members to help promote these is very important, as noted by Judy. With that, Lena, would you care to make a motion for item number 8?
Thank you so much. And we have such other exciting programs, but I'm really happy to be able to really have everyone talk about this partnership that we have, and look forward to future meetings. With that, I move that we approve item number 8 on our consent agenda.
Motion by Vice Chair Fowler. I need a second. Looks like, oh, there you go. He beat you. Patrice raised her hand, but you got the voice in there, Geronimo. So I got a second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye. Aye.
Okay, motion carries unanimously. Next item is item number 11. Lena?
Yes, number 11 is I want to thank our Public Works. I want to thank Lucinda and her team for, this is another great partnership. There's a lot of patience with this one too. And so we work with the communities in working on Navajo Nation on the road projects. And one of the roads that we've been really working on is N21. It's one of the major arteries as road system on Navajo Nation up. It connects, it's a major bus route. People daily, drive on this road to go about their business, to go shopping, to do their laundry, to visit families, to go to work. Everything that a major highway or a street or a major road does, that's what this is. It is a dirt road, and it is one of the roads that is in our system. We have an agreement with BIA and Navajo Nation on this road. And I just want to thank our team for doing such amazing work. You all saw the video that was shown earlier. We've done a number of videos, and it's just, I want to just say how much I appreciate our staff and Navajo Nation team in working very closely together. And we have a quarterly meeting that continues, and I just want to give time to Lucinda and Essler and just really thank them and their team, and then the operators that are out there on a daily basis. And it just shows another way of how Coconino County reaches to the very front doors of our communities and really touch positively our individual lives, and talk about improving and improving services, providing services to provide a quality of life. And I really believe that's what Coconino County does. So, Mr. Chair, that'll be my comments. Thank you. Oh, you're muted, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I'd start out the meeting that way. Geez. Lucinda, did you want to follow with anything?
Thank you, Vice Chair Fowler, for recognizing all the work and effort. And I really want to recognize Carl Fuller and Juan Williams have really done the homework, I'll say, and working very closely with NDOT and BIA on all of our efforts out there. And it's really exciting to be moving to phase 2 and get N21 completed, hopefully by the end of this calendar year. I know the NDOT plans to go into construction this fall. So, but thank you for honoring that and recognizing that. And yes, it's really the day-to-day work though that really matters out there. And that work done by our operators on Nation is extremely important, and they're very dedicated. We're very fortunate. So, does there anyone add anything?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair, Madam Vice Chair. Thanks for acknowledging this project. We're looking forward to this next phase. We've done 4 projects as part of the joint effort with the Navajo Nation on the BIA roads, and we are looking forward to this one with the potential start of construction in the fall. And I wanted to acknowledge both our Maintenance Division Manager Carl Fuller and our Trade Supervisor Juan Williams in the Navajo Nation, because they've been pivot for and important in getting this project off the ground. And we're looking forward to the full completion of the N21 with the second phase and the improvements that it will provide. So, thank you.
Yeah, I'll probably add to it, just noting that part of Prop 403, promises made, promises kept. As we work our way through different elements of Prop 403, they don't all unfold at one time. It's a gradual progression and application associated with it. And here's a great example of that. It's so important to keep, fulfill our obligation to the voters that approved that initiative. Any further comments? Okay, no further comments. Lena, would you care to move this item?
Yes, thank you so much. And thank you again to our team for doing such a great job. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we approve item number 11.
Okay, I have a motion by Vice Chair Fowler. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Horstman. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 All right, motion carries. So that's our consent agenda. Next item that we have is we need to resolve as the Flood Control District Board of Directors. I need a motion to do so. You need a
So moved that we resolve as Flood Control District Board of Directors.
motion by Supervisor Horstman. I need a second.
Second.
I have a second by Vice Chair Fowler. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Okay, we have consent agenda before us. Unless the board wants to separate the item, I'd consider a motion to move the consent agenda.
Motion to accept the consent agenda as presented.
I have a motion by Director Horstman. I need a second. And a second by Director Begay. Any comments? No comments. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. So next item is we need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
I move that we resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
Motion by Vice Chair Fowler. Need a second. Second by
Second. Muted, sorry.
Director Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Next item we have to resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors.
I move that we resolve as the Jail District Board of Directors.
Motion by Vice Chair Fowler. Need a second.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Horstman. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
We're now acting in the capacity of the Yale District Board of Directors. Again, we have a consent agenda, items 18 through 21. Does anybody care to separate an item? Not seeing that, I consider a motion on this.
So moved to approve the jail district consent agenda.
A motion by Director Horstman, a second by, who was that second by? I missed the.
Second.
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Fowler. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Any opposed? None opposed. Motion carries. Next, we need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
I move that we resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
Motion by Vice Chair Fowler. Need a second.
Second.
Second by Director Horstman. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Okay, next item we have to resolve is the North Stardust and Antelope County Improvement District. And a motion to do so.
I move that we resolve as the North Star Dust and Antelope County Improvement District.
I have a
I
motion by,
second that, even though I didn't know it existed, but I second that motion.
a motion by Vice Chair Fowler, second by, we're supervisors now, Supervisor Horstman. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 Now, we are acting as the North Stardust Antelope County Improvement District. I do believe this is in District 4. Judy, this is Road Improvement District that we have the consideration of dissolution, but we also need a discussion associated with this. So it looks like, Lucinda, are you up on this one?
Sure. Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, you do serve as directors for county improvement districts, which are county road improvement districts in this particular case, as well as the next item, the Hash Knife Trail. This is when people in an area that live on primarily live on private roads, they want to improve their roads to the county standard, and then bring the roads within the county road system, go through a process, and people out on North Stardust, this is out in the Donny Park area, and many years ago went through a process to form a district, petitioned the board, which was approved. Those improvements were made. And now we're at a point that the liens associated with those, they bonded for those improvements, and then those assessments have paid off those improvements and paid off the financing of those improvements. And now we're at the point of dissolution. And I'm going to turn it over to Siri, but important to understand in the formation process of a road, we have two different types of road districts, and I'll actually be back to talk with you about this probably in August, because we do have an area that is diligently moving forward toward forming a road maintenance district, which is a bit of a different type of district. But the county's had a fairly active role in these historically, although they are citizen driven. A very important aspect of this process is they're citizen driven. And once during this process, particularly if they go out for third-party financing, which if it's over 300,000, they have to secure third-party financing for their bonds. There's a reserve fund established in that process. And so many times there is some level of funds left at the end of these district processes. And those funds, I think statutorily, there's some flexibility there. Historically, we've funded the upfront costs to support areas to some extent. It's fairly limited, but to some extent have covered some of the upfront costs. And in many of these cases, we did not recover all those costs through the bonding process. So in this case, I believe, and I know in Hash Knife, we had a lot of discussion. We used forest fees, if you remember, under secure rural schools. Some of that money goes to roads, some goes to schools, some goes to roads, as you'll recall. And we use that fund to fund these upfront costs. So in some of these cases, we are reimbursing that fund for those costs, and then can utilize those funds if there's a future district that chooses to come forward. And frankly, we're going to get a lot better about tracking the costs as well now with Munis. We can do that much more effectively. But so Siri will talk about the financial piece, but technically, historically, we've refunded funds to the forest fees fund. We've had funds go directly into the general fund. And then we've also had the funds used to support typically smaller projects. It depends on the amount of money in the district that's remaining, but usually to sometimes support smaller projects in that community, smaller, typically road related projects, but they might be a Parks and Rec related project as well in that area. So that we've done. And it's been a mix. It's really been driven a lot by the amount of money. If it's only a couple thousand, then typically it just goes back into the forest fees. It's whatever's remaining after we pay back any forest fee costs. So, but if it's a greater amount, and in one of these cases it is, then it's really the board's decision, the disposition of those funds. So with that, I'll turn it over to Siri. She's got the actual dollar amounts and share with you those dollar amounts.
All right. Thank you, Lucinda. Siri?
Thanks, Lucinda and Chair Ryan and members of the board. So for Hash Knife in particular, Lucinda's correct. We did look at the history, and we have about a little under $50,000 currently remaining in the district of funds because of that, again, that reserve process. It looks as though from the history we can pull, forest fees did support this district in the amount of $27,085. The balance also can accumulate because of interest earnings that go to the funds as the dollars are sitting there. All of the homeowners have paid off their special assessments. There are no longer any bonds to pay on. So the district in all other ways is complete. It just needs dissolution and then a determination on the funds. The statute does say for all of these road improvement districts that when the district is dissolved, unless the board takes other specific action, those dollars can go to the general fund. That's the statute says they do go to the general fund. But again, knowing our history of using forest fees to support the district, the board could choose an allocation to put any amount of the remaining fund balance in forest fees. But as noted in this case, the amount contributed to Hash Knife from forest fees was a little over $27,000.
So right now, the board's considering just North Stardust. Was there any balance remaining for North Stardust?
Oh, sorry, I had those backwards. So for North Stardust, so again, the total funds remaining in the district is a little under $60,000. And the initial contribution for North Stardust from forest fees was $123,000. So definitely excess contributions from forest fees compared to that current balance.
All right. So the intent here is to, while we can't recapture all of the money to zero, the intent here is to dissolve this. We need to zero out the fund and take an action to dissolve the district. And because there was, if anything, there's a debt associated with it, where it was the intent of the board to provide money startup costs, we attempted to recoup all that, and we have by doing that. So as far as discussion associated with future distribution, there's no money left associated with that. And I'm not going to get into the discussion of Hash Knife until we get to Hash Knife on that, but it was really important to remember. Before we go on though, since we are in the middle of that conversation, and I'll turn to Lucinda, maybe Siri, I don't know if you remember. You're saying forest fees, but actually what we did, and that's money that we can move ahead of time. So that helped us create it. Once upon a time, we set up a fund of roughly 300,000 that we would get a return that resupplied that fund. And then beyond that, you know, it depended on the size of the district also. That was only for very small districts that fund was used for. And actually, and that was to create the financing associated with it. So it was under that $300,000 measure. Am I remembering that correctly?
To some degree, yes. So if the total costs for the district for the road improvements is under 300,000, then there is an option to be able to finance basically through the treasurer. And it's done at the state local fund rate, which is frankly a very attractive rate, typically. And so the statute allows for that. So in effect, the county finances the project for the district. Now, the district still is its own entity under the state of Arizona, but the county can step in and finance. Again, if it's over 300,000, the statute requires that it go to private financing, and it has to go through a bond process. Either way, we typically hire bond counsel and hire a financial advisor. That's also a requirement of the statute, and they prepare the documents and so forth. But we can, and so actually the forest fees were not necessarily used. It's a fund established by the treasurer, and the treasurer then funds that and collects the interest on it. And then again, those assessments were paid by the individual property owners within the district. So it's just a different funding mechanism. It's much simpler to do than doing a private financing, and a lot less costly.
And you know, when we get the districts coming back, we can go further into it. But to get to my question associated with this particular district, this was not one of those districts, though. This was not.
This was over 300,000. It was privately financed. Both of these were.
Okay. So I understand it, and these are new for the board. For the sake of the board, we will have future presentations, but for the sake of what we're doing here, do we have questions on this? And I need to call on my screen. I can't see you guys. Oh, there you go. There, I might have put my screen. No, I can see y'all. Nope. Okay. So, and this is an action. This is not a public hearing, correct, Rose?
That's correct. It's not a public hearing.
Okay.
Yes, correct. I'm sorry. It is not a public hearing. It's just an action of the board.
Okay. And with that, I consider a motion. And actually, I'm gonna, Judy, I might put this burden on you. Do you have your, or would you care to make this motion? If you want another board member, I can go for that, but I'm gonna offer that to you since it is in your district there. Give you a second to come on. I'm not getting you out, Judy. Okay, let's turn to the board. Go ahead, Supervisor Horst, or Director Horst.
Director, yes, here now for these special districts. So, and on behalf of Judy Begay's district, I would at this point move that we approve resolution 2021-01, approving the dissolution of the North Stardust and Antelope County Improvement District, which is created through resolution 2004-40 to dissolve the district and return the remaining funds to the forest fee funds through a budget amendment. That's my motion, Mr. Chair.
Okay, that's the motion. I need a second.
I'll second.
Oh, second by Director Vasquez.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question?
Oh, please.
Lucinda, how many more of these districts still remain? I know that we've been going through them and we're just about, was this the last one?
No, we have a couple more to dissolve that went into place. We had about 20 that were put into place, primarily from about 1999 through 2009. And typically they've been financed for 10 years. So we've been dissolving them over the years. About 3 years ago, we did a set, and then we're doing another set now. But we do have several more that we will be dissolving. So over time, we need to dissolve them. And we're actually working also with the treasurer and the recorder and the county attorney right now, making sure that the liens get addressed appropriately as well. It seems like we've had some ups and downs with the process over the years. So making sure that those liens are extinguished on the property as well. So.
Okay. Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sarah, you want to comment?
Yes, thank you, Chair Ryan. Also, just to add on to that, so once we do the, assuming that we get approval on the 2 districts that will be before you today, the remaining district that's active will be Toho Talani. The rest are officially dissolved. So you will see that on the budget adoption next Tuesday, that we will be recommending a 0 budget adoption for Toho Talani because it still is an active district, although, well, it's still an established district, rather. All of the debt has been paid and the special assessments are paid off. But until that district can be dissolved, it will require a budget adoption as well.
And we might be able to have an update through legal on that in the future. One of the first and one of the last over here in this special District 3 here. Let's see, Lena, you done your questions there?
Thank you.
Okay, so we had a motion and a second. It's time to call the question. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? None opposed? Check in. Supervisor Begay, are you out there? Okay, so we'll go with a vote of 4-0 associated with that, just to help Lindsay with the those that are present on this. Next item, and actually Supervisor Begay intentions are to be here. We're having telephonic challenges, just to note that for the sake of the record on this. Next, we need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. I need a motion to do so.
So moved.
Motion by Director Horstman, second by,
Second.
who was it? Second by Vice Chair Fowler. All in favor of the motion, vote aye. Aye.
Aye.
Now, next up, we need a motion to resolve as the Hash Knife Trail County Improvement District. Supervisor Horstman, would you like to do that since it's
Yes,
in
I
your
believe
area?
this is in District 1, and I would like to make that motion that we now are sitting as the Hash Knife Trail County Improvement District.
All right, I have a motion by Supervisor Horstman. I need a second.
I'll second.
Second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
Aye.
Aye. We're now acting in the capacity as the Hashtag Trail County Improvement District as the Board of Directors. And now I'm turning back to, are we starting with Lucinda or Siri on this one?
I can start again. This is similar. It was a district, but this is out in the Fort Valley area. And it was a district, I believe it had 14 parcels. And again, the assessments have been paid off, and there's approximately $47,000 remaining in the fund, of which the costs that we can identify that were spent by forest fees was $27,000. And so there's approximately $20,000 remaining. So in this case, the board can make a decision about the disposition of that remaining $20,000. Again, as Siri indicated, it can go to the general fund, and or if the supervisors prefer to have that placed into a project in that area, that can be held for that purpose as well. So, and typically, historically, we've worked with the supervisor from that district on if they want to use it in a particular project, then we work with the supervisor from that district on identifying that project.
And a number of years ago, the board made a decision that those supervisors have to split it with District 5.
Yeah. Okay. Now this is what we protect ourselves from each other.
It's not a last order, it's the fact.
Yeah. So just note, and Siri, I'll give you the floor in just a second here, but since we're in the conversation associated with this, I mean, the statute has it rolls to the general fund. Forest fee is an element of the general fund that we have here. We're going a step further than we typically do, but we're saying roll a certain amount back to the forest fees. I think we could kind of, it functions, so we can make that happen. Related to that, for the sake of the supervisors, as Lucinda explained, what we do, we kind of look at it and say, this money was generated from a very specific community within the community for a specific intent. And so when the numbers get larger, desire has been, let's try and return it to that community with a similar type of intent as Lucinda was discussing, if we're okay with that, once we make sure that the other elements are paid off. So a portion going to forest fees is paying off some of that upfront money associated with that. And so it's an item that we can note, in discussion. I would suggest that, we give direction to staff to take a look at that, bring it back to the board for, desired intent. We're not posted to make a decision of, it's going to go this way or that way for today, but it is an element of this money going back. It's an opportunity that we can direct staff to say, we'd like to, consider this. So it might be a note of board members just, are you okay with the direction on this? But the piece of the action is more specific to making sure we pay off those funds, that we get it redirected, portions redirected to the general fund. Go ahead, Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, and thank you for that clarification, Chair Ryan, because obviously, the way it is worded, although I think the agenda would allow us to make changes on the direction, but from what I'm hearing, if we continue with the recommendation, the remaining funds to forest fee fund and general fund through a budget amendment, this will allow us in the future to direct that the monies be spent on projects for, in this case, in District 1. And I love District 5, but we're going to keep this money in District 1. So if that's the case, and with that clarification, I would at this time that.
Before you make the motion, let's just make sure we finish questions on this, but yeah, absolutely. We want to give you that motion. So any supervisors have questions on this? Okay, go ahead, Patrice.
Yeah, with the understanding that this will in fact be held for projects in District 1, I would move that we approve Resolution 2021-01, approving the dissolution of the Hash Knife Trail County Improvement District, which was created through Resolution 2004-06 to dissolve the district and return the remaining funds to the Forest Fee Fund and the General Fund through a budget amendment.
Okay, I have a motion. I need a second.
I second.
Okay, I have a second by Supervisor Begay. Great to have you back, Supervisor Begay. You're still choppy, but we do have you on that. Siri, I didn't give you your chance for the presentation. Did we cover what you needed to have covered in our motion, Siri?
Actually, I believe if Chair Ryan and board, if we could specify the amount going to the forest fees and that the remaining balance would go to the general fund. So the amount of the forest fee contribution originally was $27,085. If that could be specified in the motion, that would be helpful.
Okay, so would you care to modify that in your motion, Patrice?
Yes, I'd like to amend my motion to include that the forest fees are reimbursed to $27,085.
And Judy, are you okay with that in your second, that amendment? Judy?
Mr. Chair, I think she's dropped off again. She said no.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, you may want to consider a new second with a new amendment.
Yes. I have a second with the amendment on that. And so let's vote on the amendment here. Okay. So all in favor of the amendment, vote aye.
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 Okay, and to keep it clean, now that we have the amendment, we have we want to vote on the motion itself. Let's see, all in favor of the motion. Am I doing this correctly? We're not absolute Robert's rules, but I want to try and make sure we capture it. So the amendment modifies the original motion.
I make the second for the main motion.
We had an original motion, we do an amendment. That brings us back to the motion.
Back to the motion.
Original motion. Patrice?
I think that we should ask the county attorney Winkler to explain what we did. I made a motion with the amendment on it. We received a new second on that, and we motioned and approved the motion with that amendment. So I just want to confirm with the county attorney that that's sufficient.
Yes, I believe that was sufficient. That motion was made with the amendment. It received a second and it received the appropriate votes. So that should be fine. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Gosh, you guys can have a job doing this. Oh, you already have them, don't you? All right. So actually that completes the intent of dissolution for the Hash Knife Trail County Improvement District. And so we now need to resolve as the Board of Supervisors. And in a motion to do so.
I move that we resolve as the Board of Supervisors.
Motion made by Vice Chair Fowler. I need a second.
Second.
Second by Director Horstman. All in favor of the motion, vote aye.
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 All right, and we have Supervisor Begay back on with us on the motion. Okay, so we are now acting as the Board of Supervisors, and we're on to item number 24. Public Affairs. Steve?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, Claire is with us. Claire Harper is with us today, and she'll walk us through some of the material, the two items, several items, but the two important items will get us a legislative update, and then we'll be talking about the NACO resolution. So I'll ask Claire to start now. Claire.
Thank you, Steve. Good morning, Chair Ryan and members of the board. We will start today with Todd Modeska, our advocate from Elevated Advocacy, who will provide a state update, and then we will move on from there. So Todd, if you want to start out.
Thanks, Claire. Can everyone hear me okay?
We sure can.
Okay, great. Thank you, Supervisor. There are a couple bills we want to talk about. I'm going to talk about the first one is Senate Bill 1074, Local Governments Audits, Public Meetings. So this bill you all have heard about before at the beginning of this session. This was one of the first bills we brought to your attention. This is a bill that originally said you all, as Board of Supervisors, had to accept an audit at a public meeting by vote. And for various reasons, there were problems with that, not only with county supervisors, but with school boards, with other local boards that had to accept audits that you might not necessarily agree with. We were successful in sort of amending the version of the bill to basically say you all would accepting the audit did not mean you approved the audit. It just meant that you are acknowledging the receipt of the audit, and we were fine with the measure. Last week, the bill got amended to include some language that, for the sake of argument and for the sake of brevity, I'm just going to call critical race theory. And the bill basically prohibited local governments from training on critical race theory. It was going to be a problem for Coconino County based on some of your diversity efforts and some of your internal programs moving forward. We certainly made our feelings known, but at the point the train had left the station and was moving forward with on partisan lines with that amendment. Over the weekend, so as of Friday, that was adopted and sent to the governor for signature. Over the weekend, the governor ended up vetoing about 22 bills. And his message was basically, these are all well and good. These 22 measures are all well and good. However, you're sent here to pass a budget, and you all haven't passed a budget. And now, at that point, they had taken an abbreviated recess to June 10th. So for about almost 2 weeks, 2 full weeks, they were adjourning. And the governor felt like you need to pay attention to what's important, which is the budget, come back to work, get the budget passed, and I will start signing bills again. So while on the surface, we're sort of relieved that those bills were vetoed, we certainly have some concerns that they may try and resurrect this measure, with a strike everything amendment. They may try and send it back to the governor. It's not a given that they will. It's not a given that they will have time to, based on legislative timetables and what they're trying to accomplish. But it kind of points to the need of, we have to pay attention to the very, very, very end of session to prevent sort of these issues moving forward. And so we're going to work at doing that. Regarding the budget, they thought they had a deal last week. They brought everyone to the floor saying, okay, we're going to pass a budget. And then it was clear that basically leadership hadn't whipped the votes. They hadn't been able to corral the votes for the budget necessary. On Wednesday, the House adjourned to June 10th, or an earlier date with 24 hours notice. The Senate came to work Thursday of the last week saying, okay, well, we're going to pass a budget and send it to the House and let it sit there and just let the House kind of decide what to do with it. It was clear they couldn't even do that. The Senate couldn't even get on the same page with its members to pass something to send over to the House. And so they adjourned until June 10th, at which point it was rumored that the president of the Senate hopped on an airplane, and it was not rumored, I'm sorry, it was reported the Senate president jumped on an airplane and was going to Hawaii for a week. So at that point, you sort of saw where that long delay in action was coming from. Mr. Chairman, with that, I'm going to stop right there and just see if there are questions regarding 1074.
Okay, turn to the board. Questions?
Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I'll just continue on then.
Please.
Board members, the second bill we want to talk to you about today is Senate Bill 1431. This is the Flood Control Districts Advisory Board. This was a measure that was put out by Ugenti Rita. So from the get-go, I want to be very clear with you all what's going on. I am conflicted out of lobbying for this bill. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Claire here in a second, and she can kind of sort of tell you what your strategy is moving forward. To put it into some context, I will tell you 1431 was the measure that required municipal participation in flood control districts boards. I am conflicted out because my other client is the city of Flagstaff and they support the measure. The measure really, it was really sort of a moot point because the Ugenti Rita bill that did this was dying under its own weight in Gail Griffin's committee. There was a personality conflict between sponsors. There were concerns raised by rural Arizona about the participation of a municipal employee, adding another layer of bureaucracy to the administration of a flood control district. The short of it is basically the bill wasn't going anyplace and the bill was dying. Last week, Thursday morning, Ugenti Rita sort of put a flag in the sand that said she wanted this bill to move if she was expected to support the budget. Subsequent to that, she also said that there was too much spending in the state budget, and so it wasn't clear whether this measure was enough to get her onto the budget and supporting the measure and supporting the budget. We're still waiting to find that out. With that, there was an action alert that came out of CSA, and that sort of is the context that I'm going to leave it with. Claire, with that, I'm going to turn it back to you if you want to talk about it, but I'm going to stay on the line. If there are questions or if I can answer questions or provide any kind of more color or feedback, I'm happy to do so. So Claire, do you want to take it?
Certainly. Thank you, Todd. That was a great summary. So late Friday afternoon, as well as this weekend, CSA has put out a call for action requesting that we do submit a letter to oppose SB 1431. It is important to note that we did already submit a letter this year, so we would just be reiterating our stance. And so the bill would require all county flood control districts to appoint a complementary flood control district advisory board. And we do have some problems with this bill. We feel that it is unnecessary in rural Arizona. Smaller counties have no need or effective use for an advisory board. Our flood advisory board is very transparent. And it would be an administrative burden, as we would need to struggle to find staff time or volume to administer another type of appointed governance board. It would also, we would need to fill the seats. So it can be challenging at times to get volunteers to serve on an appointed board. And then the proposed language for appointing boards is also not administratable in certain counties. So we do want to support our smaller counties that a 3-member board is supposed to appoint a 6-member advisory board. And so that would not be conducive. Our plan is to draft a letter to oppose the bill. We will then circulate that and send that out on behalf of Chair Ryan. Are there any questions?
And probably added to the point, it also would diminish our powers, inconsistent with where our policy would be also associated with it. Any questions or comments? And this is, continuing with where our efforts were and positions we've already taken associated with this. All right.
Just appreciate the update from both Claire and Todd. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Sure.
So where are the other counties on this?
CSA opposes the bill. So the other smaller counties or medium caucus and smaller counties are opposed. I can certainly check in on the larger counties and get that information back to you.
Yeah, Supervisor, if I would just add to that, again, just contextually, not necessarily saying it's correct or incorrect. The smaller counties really rallied and lobbied Senator Griffin, or Representative Griffin, very hard to oppose this bill, and she responded very well to it, as she does to rural Arizona. So they are leading the charge. It would appear that the sponsor of the bill, Michelle Genti-Rita, is responding to an issue that is occurring in Maricopa County with the city of Phoenix, that they have a flood control advisory board that doesn't include representatives from the city. She's being very coy about what problem she's trying to solve. And so the proponents and opponents of the bill both are struggling to sort of say, what's the problem you're trying to resolve? Because once we know that, we can go after it a little bit more clearly, and we can probably sway some people. That information is not forthcoming to anyone, frankly. But Claire's right. The CSA took opposition to it, led the way, and the smaller counties, the rural counties, really led the charge in saying this was an unneeded measure.
So I'm wondering if maybe since it's so close to, it sounds like it might go either way, that maybe it might be worth it for Chair Ryan to maybe have a meeting with the sponsors, and maybe would that help? Where are we on that?
No, actually, associated with that, right now we have a very concerted effort that we've already set it up in terms of aligning specific people speaking to specific representatives associated with that. So we're using the playbook with CSA for that. So we are moving in that way. But fair question back to CSA, is there anything else that we need to do to help out? So far, if I'm not mistaken, we're on the right track. Is that correct, Claire or Todd?
Yes, and we'll certainly get that letter drafted up today and sent out.
Okay, because this is such an important.
We'll check in again just to make sure. But yeah, I hear you, Lena. Sometimes you have to do that extra touch, and let's double check and make sure. So far, we're going consistent with where everybody rallying at the right point. Do we need to do anything more, and we can reach out, check on that.
I could just add too that Maricopa does actually have an advisory committee. So, there's some drama there, but it may be that Phoenix believes it should have more power on that advisory, because all the cities within the county in Maricopa all participate. And as everybody knows, there's a large number of cities in Maricopa County. So I imagine there's some power struggle here about how much the control over the decision making. Within that advisory committee, I assume is really the basis of the issue. So.
Well, we've seen that up here as well with one. So thank you.
All right. So, any more on the state legislative?
We are ready to move on to a federal update if the board is ready.
All right, go ahead.
Okay, so next we would like to discuss, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen, the draft resolution policies for NACO. Is everyone able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, and I will go ahead and read the resolutions. It is 3 pages, but it will go fairly fast. We will start with the resolutions that we brought forth prior and discuss if we are interested in bringing those up for reauthorization. So the first is the resolution supporting increased funding and prioritization for military housing. The issue is that the media and official reports have detailed the below adequate, neglected, and unsafe military housing for the armed services. Military officials have stated the need for more funding to improve the conditions of the housing stock in the armed forces. And the adopted policy that would be proposed would be that the National Association of Counties, NACO, urges Congress and U.S. Department of Defense to prioritize funding and implementation of improvements to military housing to improve safety and quality of life for the members of the armed services who protect our county. This resolution was brought forth last year by Supervisor Parks. So we are checking in with NACO to see the status of this resolution and if we do need to bring it forward again.
So, Mr. Chair, this was a resolution that actually I brought, and we had a and the resolution, the NACO supported it, and we were able to have some influence, but Congress is addressing the housing. And I think what we should do is not have this as part of our federal policy this year.
All right, and we know it's needed, but there are other groups that are using it. You know, I kind of was pausing last week just because we had a number of them. And if we could reduce our number down a little bit, that would be helpful. Is just check with the rest of the board members. Are you okay with that?
If I can, I mean, I'm going to take Supervisor Fowler's lead on this and go with her recommendations.
Okay. All right. Anybody opposed to that? Okay, sounds good. Go ahead, Claire.
Thank you. The second resolution, again, this has been brought before to NACO, would be a resolution supporting the robust remediation of abandoned uranium mines as a critical priority for the United States. Throughout numerous counties across the nation, for example, the Navajo Nation within the Four Corners area, abandoned uranium mines continue to jeopardize public safety and the environment. Uranium mining has resulted in elevated uranium and radon radiation levels at over 400 locations on the Navajo Nation. The policy would be that NACO urges Congress to enact legislation for the aggressive treatment of abandoned uranium mines across the United States to protect the public health and the environment.
Mr. Casey. So we've been pretty consistent with this one for quite some years. I know we've gotten traction with Congressman O'Halloran's office, some of our senators working together on this. And it goes to the whole essence of why we protect the watershed of Grand Canyon. It's been the impact upon the local peoples and these mines, and I think it's very consistent with what we've been doing. And I think it would make sense that we continue. I'm seeing Patrice nod her head. Other board members, y'all okay with us continuing with this?
Yes, I agree. I agree with that also.
Okay, Supervisor Biquet. Go ahead, Lena.
I would revise this resolution, and maybe we can just combine it with the well, the Grand Canyon is to stop and it has to do with permits, but I would revise this to say that not just the Four Corners, but throughout Navajo Nation, because, you know, in 1980, we were able to clean up the uranium tailing just outside of Tuba City, and it spread throughout the Cameron region, affecting the watershed. So I think that I'd like to revise this.
So it sounds like you're refining it instead. We're covering the broader watershed in the region, not just the watershed, but the broader area. And so you're feeling that we need to refine it, Lena. Could you help us with that a little bit more? Maybe I'm just not getting it.
I guess what I'm thinking that it just zeroes it focuses in on the Four Corners. It makes it sound like that's the only place, but it's all throughout Navajo Nation. Well, it says across Navajo Nation, but I like to. And
it's beyond too, right?
I like to say within Coconino County and the Western Navajo. That way we identify ourselves as well.
Okay, so I would, I would pause on that. I agree. It includes us. Can I make a suggestion, Lena? That
I'm just thinking about it, but if we
Yeah.
keep it the same, it's fine. We've been introducing this for a number of years, like you said.
So what if we take your idea and add it to what we already have, because what we already have covers a broader area, but you want to note that it particularly impacts our own communities, Navajo Nation and Coconino County. Would that be good?
That'd be great.
Okay. I see Patrice nodding on that. Okay.
Yeah, no, sounds good. I do think it needs to stand alone. I think it's an important issue. It's one of our top issues here in Coconino County. And I do think it needs to stand alone, but I have no problem with the language change.
Okay. Others? Okay.
I agree.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, Claire.
Okay. The next is a resolution supporting the use of Federal Emergency Management Agency, FEMA, pre-disaster mitigation grant funding to engage in forest thinning and restoration activities on publicly owned lands. The issue is that forest thinning and restoration activities on publicly owned lands are not eligible for FEMA funding, despite the fact that they pose a serious risk of disaster to local communities from catastrophic wildfire, post-wildfire flooding, and debris flow events. The adopted policy proposal is that NACO calls on Congress to pass legislation increasing appropriations for and allowing the use of FEMA pre-disaster mitigation grant funding on publicly owned lands for forest thinning and restoration activities, including using FEMA flood mitigation assistance for forest restoration to reduce the threat of catastrophic fire, post-wildfire flooding, and debris flow.
Okay, and that is consistent with what we've been doing with our the activity that we've been working on in forest health issues, threat of wildfire, etc. You know, I would think this is still current, but check in with the other board members. Are we okay with this?
I think it's a very important. In fact, it's really almost a no-brainer. It's amazing that we have to call on Congress to pass legislation for this. It should have been done a long time ago. So absolutely, I'm in favor of this.
Everybody okay?
Yes, I think we should continue to introduce this resolution. I think it's very important. We've had it for a number of years, and we've really gained traction with this resolution within the different committees.
Right. Okay, that's good. Go ahead, Claire.
Okay, and this is the last resolution of ones that we have already brought forward. So this resolution is supporting federal funding to promote and expedite building private forest industry in regions with low to no value trees. The issue is that the wood production industry is a valued partner in restoring our forests and reducing the threat of catastrophic wildfire. Without a viable wood production industry that can consume the forest products that NACO American County Platform and Resolutions 2020 through 2021, 181 are removed from the forest throughout various restoration activities, and communities will continue to face the elevated threat of catastrophic wildfire. The proposal would be that NACO supports federal funding to promote and expedite the building of private wood products industry in regions with low to no value trees to allow consumption of forest products, including biomass, and a pathway to forest restoration and the reduction of risk of catastrophic wildfire. I do apologize. I believe there's a typo in the first paragraph that we will go in and wordsmith.
All right. Similar to the last one, I think it's still cogent on what we're doing with forest-based issues, but double check with everybody. Are we okay with keeping this one rolling along?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So those are the current ones that we have. Next, proposed.
Next, we will move on to, these would be proposed new resolutions that we would be bringing forward. The first is a resolution supporting additional law enforcement on public lands. The issue is public lands are being used now more than ever due to the nature of the COVID-19 pandemic, due to the shortage of federal law enforcement on public lands, including the Bureau of Land Management, Bureau of Indian Affairs, and Forest Service. The onus to respond to emergencies falls on counties. ATV and off-road activities are becoming more popular, and counties are unable to keep up with the calls for service. The proposed policy would be that NACO would urge Congress to provide federal funding and necessary resources to federal agencies, enabling them to properly monitor and respond to law enforcement issues on federal land.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Leah, go ahead.
I would take out COVID-19 nature because this has been happening prior to the COVID-19. Our forest is very popular. We have 4 forests in Coconino County, very large forests. And also just all of the, it's just a popular place, and we need to make sure that we're not, COVID-19 sounds like it's just a temporary. It's not. It's been happening for some time throughout our public lands. Not just in the Forest Service, it's all public lands.
Mr. Chair, we can strike the first sentence and just begin with the second sentence.
Well, except I like the public lands are now being used now more than ever.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because I think that's true.
That can be the lead sentence into going to, we'll wordsmith that though. And
No, I'm
just
seeing
drop the COVID-19 reference.
everybody nodding their heads on it. And so I would assume everybody's okay similarly to proceed. This makes absolute sense. I mean,
Just really, if I may,
go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I mean, as you know, I just got back from Montana with the Western Interstate region, and this was one of the top issues that are really facing all of the local communities here in the Western states. And, Coconino County has 2 National Forest Service enforcement officers. And for this unbelievable area that we have to oversee and manage and, quite frankly, enforce rules and regulations. So this is so important. It is overtaxing our local law enforcement and, quite frankly, overtaxing our budget. And it is time that Congress steps up and steps in and provides the required funding in law enforcement to adequately manage our public lands. It's essential for our public lands.
So, Mr. Chair, the adopted policy, I would say that in there. This is not clear to me. I would say I would be very forceful in my language here to say that the federal agencies need the dollars to be able to rehire, because they have been those positions have been taken away from them. They need to rehire the law enforcement to address the ongoing issues, not just with ATV. I think we need to not limit it to ATV. Right. It's the, in one day our sheriff was saying that they found 28 open fires, campfires that they found. So it's just the activities that are taking place. I think this sentence needs to be a lot stronger, a lot clearer, and straightforward.
I agree.
Be redone.
I agree with law enforcement in general. It's not just ATV and off-road activities. And I agree 100%. It should be much more, it should be stronger. And they need, and by the way, rehire, they may need to do new hiring and for law enforcement to adequately manage and enforce the laws on public lands.
So
I have a comment.
Go ahead, Judy.
I also think that we really need to be straightforward with our resolutions, because right now it seems that we're just saying the same thing mostly over and over and over and year after year after year. At what point do you use stronger verbiages, and forceful verbiages in order to carry, to get the resolutions to where they need to go? And so we went down to Forest Lakes, and there was one police officer there, and he was enforcing everything on public lands and others. And he looked really tired, and he just said at one point, it's really hard to go into the forest because they go for miles out, and there'll be an accident, he'll get called back, and he's running back over there, back and forth, back and forth. And so I think it's really that we really need to, so to speak, put our foot down, and continue to advocate, for more services on public land. So I've seen it, and I hear it all the time, it's probably all over the county, but I've had a chance to the Southern County, and for same old. And it shouldn't just be limited to certain ATVs or whatever. It should be everything that's moving about in there. As far as getting, even the dust is an issue. So I support, really be straightforward on this resolution that we're going to be putting forth.
So,
Mr. Chair,
yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but on the issue, I think we need to say that the impact, as a result, is the counties that are the ones that are carrying the burden, and having, it says taxpayers that are carrying, out the activities of the federal responsibility.
Okay, so
we need to reword all of this, and you don't have to do it now, Claire. I think this has to be a lot stronger, very direct.
So Lena, and let me grab the floor back for a second here on it. And point, obviously, everybody feels it. We all support the concept of what's going on. More broad, not just law enforcement, direct statements. I think what we need to do is give this over to staff to work with NACO staff, because they also might make recommendations associated with the language. There are some that get so strong, I've seen resolutions that you want to put all your own ideas in, but you're not thinking for the entire county, I mean country, on the statements, and that's where NACO can provide guidance. Here's what you want to do with your language. You want it strong, but here's what we should, the language we suggest you might want to put in your resolution. So let's give it over to staff. I think it's pretty obvious that we definitely want to move this resolution on that. Is that okay?
Exactly, and work with Jonathan on it.
Mm-hmm. That'd be great. All right.
Okay, thank you. Our next resolution is a resolution supporting remediation of abandoned buildings on federal land. And across the nation on tribal communities, many abandoned buildings that were once schools, federal offices, and clinics have been abandoned by the federal government. The federal buildings are dilapidated, no longer in use, and need to be removed or restored for other use. The proposed adopted policy would be that NACO would urge Congress to provide federal funding and necessary resources to remove dilapidated federal buildings or restore federal buildings in tribal communities. And again, this is just a summary. The resolution itself will be drafted with much more information.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Lena.
This is, it's not on federal lands, it's on tribal lands. So the title needs to say on tribal lands. But yes, this is just a draft, so I will back up and thank you. I like to see the language.
Okay, and then do we know which committee this one might go to? No matter what, we need to find the committees for each of these resolutions.
I think it's going to be the intergovernmental affairs.
Okay.
Right.
Go ahead, Steve.
Well, Mr. Chair, yeah, there's finance, pensions, and intergovernmental affairs. There's also community economic and workforce development, so it might be a community development issue as well. So, but we can certainly defer to Supervisor Fowler's expertise and knowledge of committees too.
And NACO might even make a recommendation. Maybe it goes to both, and then they hash it out as well if they do want to take them.
Okay.
Are we okay with this? Check with the board.
So we'll work closely
Okay.
with Supervisor Fowler and getting the wording put together on this.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Begay. Go ahead, Judy.
I think once it's drafted and everything, maybe it could be shared with all the board members. Appreciate it.
It has to be.
Yes, all of them. We'll bring them all back. Okay, go ahead, Claire.
Okay. The next resolution is supporting the new Promise Act, which was co-authored by O'Halloran. And the issue is the Navajo generating station closed in 2019. NGS provided good paying jobs for families on Navajo and Hopi lands and within the community of Page, Arizona. The new Promise Act would establish jobs and skills training programs for displaced employees, as well as investing in cities, towns, and tribes that have suffered economic downturn because of closed coal generating plants. The proposed adopted policy would be that NACO would call on Congress to pass legislation increasing appropriations for communities impacted by the closure of coal-fired generating stations in economically distressed communities.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Lena.
the way it's written, it's gonna get thrown out and it won't even be heard.
This is draft.
Yes, I suggest that you work with Jack Morgan with that in NACO, because this bill now is for all coal impact and power plant, coal power plant across the country. It's no longer like the first bill that was really focused on NGS. Now this is a broader bill that is impacting the whole all of across the country, and it also establishes a council within the White House. So I would suggest this is another one that would need to work with NACO staff on this.
So yeah, I'll probably add to that, because I was going to ask that. If we do it specific to one area within the country, it's going to be thrown out of committee on it. The one is work with NACO staff, but the other piece associated with it, sometimes you can add examples of what happens in our region, but having it in the language itself when it's specific like that can create a challenge on that. Go ahead, Steve.
Mr. Chair, just a question though. Is this the type of resolution we'd want to even send through the NACO process? I mean, this is a specific geographic region that does have national implications, but the strategy of forwarding it through the NACO process, we might also need to get some input from O'Halloran staff as well. So again, I'm not sure protocol here, but it might dilute the effectiveness if we take it through the NACO process. And it's just a question, is this something that's more appropriate to our own individual advocacy efforts working with our own delegation, as opposed to creating, a broader dialogue that might even dilute our efforts to be more focused on Northern Arizona. So that's an observation, certainly not a, you all are the experts here.
Right. Lena.
That's a very good point. I think that maybe, yes, check in with the NACO, with O'Halloran staff on this and our congressional delegations. They already support it. And I think Eric had said that O'Halloran was, Congressman O'Halloran was was planning to introduce this resolution in one of the bills that is coming up. I think it was the job bills or something. So it may, we need to double check with them to see if this is a proper channel to, process this. So thank you, Steve.
We'll do that.
Chair.
Okay, so resolution supporting American, go ahead, Claire. I'm reading for you. Go ahead,
Certainly.
Claire.
So
Yours.
the last resolution is the resolution supporting American Rescue Plan flexibility. And as you're aware, the impacts of COVID-19 are broad and have been experienced beyond the current scope outlined in the ARP guidance. To ensure the safety of all, the criminal justice system reduced the number of cases brought forward during the pandemic and is now facing a backlog. The proposed policy would be that NACO would urge Congress to reevaluate the ARP guidelines to allow ARP funds to be used by the criminal justice system to expedite the backlog of cases which were put on hold due to COVID-19.
All right, and it's very consistent for everything that we've discussed during budget, et cetera. But any questions or comments from staff on there? So there's one other item because in order to get these to go through, and if we're going to get them into NACO, we have to meet a deadline. So that's one piece that we have. But those people going to this summer's conference are going to have to, we need presenters at NACO conference. You've got jobs to do that you go to the committees and present on why these are being proposed if the committees accept them. And, you know, just a thought, Lena, you've been involved in the process. This is an additional layer, but I believe Judy and Geronimo are going. And so we need to, before that conference happens, put together an effort by the supervisors. And staff can provide some background, but we'll be limited on how much staff can go to Washington. But you'll have background on talking points, et cetera. But it's a great learning opportunity. You ran for it, now it's your opportunity to go and help us out with these initiatives. And so just thoughts or comments from the rest of the board members on this? We have till July. You know, these resolutions have to be done how soon? Within a week, I believe.
Thursday.
So,
quick turnaround.
So now you found out more information there, Geronimo and Judy. You're going to be helping Lena here on our advocacy associated with these.
So, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, go ahead, Lena.
Yes, at the conference there, this year it's going to be a little different because now we will be speaking with people that are in person as well as virtual. So we will be presenting these resolutions, and being able to defend them is very important. So we have to really be very knowledgeable about the resolutions, why we're introducing them, why it has an impact on all of the counties across the, most of the counties across the country. And that way we'd be able to, be able to get support from counties all, across the country. Some of these resolutions, our resolutions, don't impact counties that are, let's say, in the east, but we still need their support. Sometimes these resolutions is introduced into one committee and then it is referred to another committee. And sometimes it goes to state caucuses and states are having to have meetings about it. And so we have to be really on top of the resolutions to know where they are and how to speak on them. And usually that's how sometimes there's resolutions that we oppose. And so we have to, make sure that we're speaking against those resolutions. And I'm sure that Patrice and our chair will be participating virtually, and we need to make sure that they will as well be able to speak on these resolutions. So, but it's always exciting. My first year, I was Supervisor Archuleta and I attend, and we had to chase resolutions. And we had to oppose 3 resolutions that were introduced. And we talked and talked at all these different committees. If they went into the state caucuses, we were dividing up the state caucuses, and we were able to defeat all the resolution. I think there was actually 4, and 3 of them were they were defeated, and 1 was tabled. And so that's how a lot of these resolutions work. And why are we introducing them to NACO? It's because the National Counties Association, very much like CSA, will start advocating and working on those resolutions with Congress if they're approved through NACO. That's the reason why these resolutions are very important.
It becomes part of their platform. Go ahead, Patrice, and then Steve, I'll get you in just a second. Go ahead.
And by the way, I wanted to exactly say that. Some of us have elected not to be there in person, but will in fact be there and will be participating via the wonders of Facebook and Teams and Teams and whoever, Zoom and whoever else they'll be appearing through. But we will be there and will be present, and certainly still have a role to play. And we do appreciate our 2 supervisors that'll be there in person, because they can drive home that message in person. But we certainly will be there virtually, and certainly intend to take an active role in active participation in the conference as well. So thanks.
Yeah, and I'm not registering though, guys. So I can help some, but sometimes I can't. It depends. Registration is kind of costly, and I'm divvying my travel money in a different way. For having this much support, having other supervisors, this is where we share the load on what's going on. For those that are engaged and registered, it sure helps that they will be there and can work it. For those that can participate by Zoom that are registering and or could help, that'd be great. I mean, Patrice, that would be you in that sense. But
So
yeah.
Neither you nor Supervisor Fowler are going to be present for the conference, is that?
No, I am not going to be. I am not registering for the conference. NACO conferences cost a lot of money. They have 3, if you do WIR per year, you'll use up all your travel money. This is where we all need to divide and conquer and decide who's doing what. That kind of
I will appear virtually. I will not travel back there, trying to reduce my travel money there too. So, but I think it's important to be an active voice, and we'll do what we can here, Ryan, to carry it forward.
Mm-hmm. So here we are as a team. Who's going to carry which message? Yes. And we have time between now and when NACO happens, so make sure we hone in on it. And Steve, anything else, or Claire? I think we.
Well, Mr. Chair, I'll comment after supervisors. Other supervisors want to comment on the NACO platform? I don't know if Supervisor Vasquez or Begay had something to add. I'll follow up at the end.
I'm planning on going in person, and I don't have a problem taking the lead on one of the resolutions if needed, or being a supportive backup role. I just would request the prep so that I know, as Vice Chair Fowler had said, so that I'm well prepared to be able to answer questions and whatnot. But I'd be more than willing to take the lead on one of them or a couple of them if needed.
We're counting on you. You bet. Sounds good. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, so an important component of the NACO experience is the staff to support board members. And so, some of the challenges, of course, we have this year. NACO falls a pretty important time here in Coconino County. This is fire and flood season. And so we have to be really careful about how much coverage we provide, and as well as what staff we do have here to respond to emergencies as they occur. And so that's one challenge. The other challenge is, of course, we are a little short-staffed in public affairs. And so, that is another obvious one. It's not to say those of us, Claire included, and others cannot pull our weight, if you will. But I'm kind of on the fence whether I'm going to attend in person or not. After this discussion, I'm leaning more towards, I probably will want to attend just to help staff the effort locally at the conference site. But same time, that's a discussion Lucinda and I will have, knowing that staffing is important, but we have other critical needs here within the organization locally that we need to tend to. So don't have a conclusion on that yet, but we know that staffing is important and we will act accordingly to the best of our ability to support the effort here and locally. So that's all I had, Mr. Chair.
All right. So is that it, Claire?
The final piece I have, and I will be brief, is just a reminder that the NACO Presidential and Steering Committee applications are due June 30th. And we reviewed last week, even if you are on a committee, you will need to reapply. So right now we have Chair Ryan, and I did see that email. You're all set for the Transportation Committee. And then we have Supervisor Fowler and Supervisor Horseman that are already on committees. And then if Supervisor Vasquez or BK were interested in joining a NACO steering committee, please let me know and I can certainly assist you with the application. That's all that I have, Chair.
Okay.
Mr.
So-
Chair,
Yeah, go ahead, Lena.
I'm sorry, I'll go after Supervisor Fowler.
all right, Steve, I just want to let everyone know that I am gonna run for the NACO board. So just want to let you know.
Very good. And so, Mr. Chair, members of the board, so Claire and myself and Lucinda will be working on creating the resolutions to final format. So quick turnaround because we need to get these in by Thursday. So put this email at the top of your inbox when we're kind of looking for your thoughts on draft edits. We'll be working with your district directors, but probably more importantly, working with you directly to get a quick turnaround on language. Okay.
If I may, County Manager, I'll be happy to assist in any way and certainly advocate virtually with regards to enforcement on public lands. So,
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Chair, that concludes, I believe, and thank you, Claire and others for this good conversation, and Todd as well.
All right, fantastic. Item number 25, County Manager regarding possible community everything. Huh?
Yeah, so this is a good opportunity where we just want to go over the planning calendar going forward, and this is our opportunity for you all to know what's happening agenda-wise. And so in your packets, there is the draft BOS agenda planning calendar that our awesome clerk Lindsay and her team put in the packets. So of course today we're having the meeting today. I want to talk a little bit about a couple things. So Thursday for quorum posting, we do have the opening of the juvenile court facility that's being relocated to Sayato. And that's happening at 10 a.m. And I know several board members are planning to attend. And so again, in addition to that, after the meeting, we'll have an opportunity to visit with some of the county staff up there. So again, I think what we're going to end up doing is posting possible office visits to a few locations in Page. If board members want to visit our health and human services staff in Page, we also have the adult probation staff, the sheriff's office. I did reach out to Sheriff Driscoll, and he did indicate that we would have the opportunity to visit the sheriff's office and then also tour the expansion that's under construction for the correctional facility in Page. So we'll put that together. Nothing elaborate, just kind of a drop in, say hey, say hi. But we do need to post if we're going to be doing something beyond the juvenile court event. So we'll work on that. Followed from there, next week on the 8th, we have a board meeting that actually starts later in the day. At 4 p.m., Northern Arizona Healthcare is scheduled to come and give a presentation on their proposed campus development north of Fort Tuthill. And so that has been allotted time at 4 p.m. At 5 p.m., our partners at Arizona Public Service are going to be making a presentation on the upcoming fire season. And then also, Lucinda, we may be slipping in there also a discussion on some revisions to the fire ordinance for Coconino County. And I think, Lucinda, did you want to make any comments on that?
Yes, Wes is working with Rose as I'm on some revisions to take into consideration ceremonial and religious use of fire, you know, kind of within the constraints of the stages and the system that we've set up. So we're working to draft up that. We'd like to bring it back as draft language on the 8th for review and input, and then bring it back for approval as a consent item on the 22nd as our goal.
Great. Thank you. From there, Mr. Chair, at 6 p.m., we'll be, of course, bringing to the board the tentative budget for adoption. Again, this is on June 8th at 6 p.m. And so Siri and her team, thank you very much for working on that. We also have on the agenda a public hearing on user fees, and that's scheduled for 6:30. And so again, additional user fee recommendations there. From there, we also have a presentation on the engineering, design, and construction manual. And this comes to us from Public Works, and Christopher Tressler will be presenting this item. And then beyond that, we're not going to be putting the roundtable, a legislative roundtable, on the schedule for 9 p.m. that night. I think it's a little late to be doing that, but we'll be covering some updates and other ways to do that. Okay. So again, and thank you for sharing the screen also with that. That's June 8th, and then the next meeting is scheduled for June 22nd. We will be asking for some board time and executive session to go over the draft 2020 audit. And then from there, we have COVID update. The amphitheater contract is scheduled to come to the board on the 22nd. We'll be working on some other information that has come forward on that particular effort. And so we may end up having a couple of other discussions there. A couple of changes that I want to talk about is we had originally proposed a redistricting update. I did speak to our consultant, Jose Rivera, who they've been tracking the activities of the Independent Redistricting Commission. And they're still in the formative change stages. And so with that, they did ask if they could come into July. And then I bumped them, of course, with our summer break, I bumped them to the first meeting in August. And so we'll be having Jose, Gary Husk, and Janet Regner come and do a presentation, an update on the state redistricting. At the same time, we'll be working on, in our team locally, within the county team, local redistricting update. And so we'll be providing this to you. You know, some of the milestones with redistricting, of course, data. So data, the user-friendly data is scheduled to be released in September. And so we'll be looking at that very closely, because that is that is what we use to create the redistricting at all levels. And so that's happening then. So with that, though, with us dropping the redistricting from the schedule on the 22nd, we're actually going to be putting into that the fire ordinance presentation that Lucinda referenced before. We'll also have an update on ARP funds, and a little bit on ARP. You'll be learning more about it this afternoon. So another installment in ARP development, creating the guiding principles and the framework, getting more information on the guidelines that are coming from Treasury. But again, you'll be discussing that more this afternoon, so I won't go into much detail. So that really would conclude the meeting on the 22nd. And then on the 25th, we have, this is the discussion though with finance on the adoption of the budget on the 25th. But I believe, Mr. Chair, you asked the question if we could do it on the 24th. And Siri is working on that. I believe we can, but I'll wait for her to confirm that with us. And so that would be the public hearing, and the adoption, also the truth and taxation hearing that we would do every year. We'll be scheduling that for either the 24th or the 25th, but I think we were looking at the 24th if possible.
Yeah, and just a note on that. Instead of Friday night, we're talking about Thursday night. That's the question, Gus. So
yeah, that's right.
What time on the 24th? I've got to be down there for a family surgery in Phoenix on the 24th. But if it's at night,
it would be 5 p.m.
On the 24th, 5?
Mhm.
I'll make that work then.
Okay, but no, we can certainly work within your schedule to Supervisor Horstman. The 26th, we're working with Parks and Recreation, the chair of the board, and also former member of the Board of Supervisors, Liz Archuleta, for an event to commemorate her long service with Coconino County with the renaming of the Sawmill Multicultural and Art Park, naming that in her honor. And so we are working with her and her family, but that is scheduled to be held on June 26th during the day, and that's a Saturday. Other postings for that day, beyond that, then we go to summer break. So several things, but I'll stop there because I think those are the most relevant issues to bring to your attention.
County Manager, do we have a time for the sawmill celebration for Liz?
Mid-afternoon, but I'm going to stop. I don't know. Colleen, can you comment on the proposed time for that? Colleen Eggs?
Yes, I believe right now we are looking at that mid-afternoon point. So from 2 to 5 or around that mid-afternoon evening. Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, no, just to note, so a piece of that is the suggestion of that we actually form up for a special meeting to take the action of the renaming, just for that point. It'd be, a really nice piece to, just thank Liz and say, farewell as well. It's a combination of the two. So it would be important for us to make sure we have at least a quorum, if not everybody there.
So we could actually do the board meeting itself at the site, which would be very cool.
Yeah, approve the resolution for the rename.
And Supervisor Vasquez is working hard on that. Supervisor Archuleta.
Geronimo, do you want to add anything?
Sure, I just wanted to note, been working with Parks and Rec, and we're looking to repaint one of the mural spaces there and have it ready for the unveiling on the 26th. So we're really excited about that. We have, we're trying to get the markup ready and done and do a public presentation by June 18th, and then have the actual mural printed or painted and ready to unveil for the 26th of June. So it's really exciting. A lot of folks coming together, working on it. Staff has been great. The community is excited. So it's going to be a good event. So I'm really excited. Thank you, everyone.
All right. Sounds good. Well, we've got time, but it's coming for that. And doing it right. We had to work through COVID and everything happened quickly, but as we all said, let's bring it back and do this appropriately. So that's wonderful. Steve, we can, we're kind of hitting time, but we have a chance to swing back after a little later, to capture, any other pieces you want to add on or roundtable, et cetera. Is that okay?
You bet. We're good. Thanks, sir.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And so for the sake of the board members, we just hit 12 o'clock. We're posted to come back at 1:15. At that point, we'll step into the emergency management discussion. This piece, the pieces that we didn't finish up, we can punt till a later part of the board meeting, or if things happen quickly and we have space in between, we can do it that way as well for that. So why don't we just recess until 1:15, and we'll see everybody back at 1:15.
Great, thank you. Yep.
Hey, how are you?
Back again. You may see, Steve, you may see Judy. I got a text saying
She's right here.
oh, there she is. She's blowing into her office.
She transported herself here in record time.
She did that.
We just won't.
I'm impressed.
We won't ask how quickly she was here.
This is day one recap, post-COVID. I ran this morning and I bicycled at lunch.
Wow.
That's day one now. Day two, oh, my hip hurts, my hip hurts. What do I do here?
Starting with a bang, ending in a whimper.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, we got this one. We got it. As you get past. Okay, how are we doing collecting people?
Let's see. I think we've got our presenters on. Ready to go, Mr. Chair.
Okay, and
the board members, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay. Well, it might take a minute or two, but we do have a quorum present at this point. And so some really good presentations that we're going to hop into. And so next item of business, we're hopping over item 25. We started that. We're going to come back to that. And 26, county managers update, board roundtable.
Yep.
And we have specific presenters that are scheduled for this time period. So we want to get on this right away. And this is item number 27, presentation discussion regarding the county and role during emergencies and the museum flood response role. And so, Steve, I'll turn it to you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, or of course in our responsibility to prepare for all things, we are wanting to come to you today to provide additional information with regard to the board's role, particularly as it relates to emergencies, and more specifically as we prepare for the summer with any potential activity with the museum fire flood rather. So today with us, of course, Lucinda Andriani and then also Wes Deason, and they will be providing some information. So I'll turn it over to Lucinda. Thank you.
Great. Good afternoon, Chair and board members. We're excited to be here with you today. Additional steps preparing for this summer. Certainly we are in fire season now. So Wes is going to do a big picture overview of primarily focusing on the board's role and the different roles that take place during an emergency, any emergency, do kind of an overview. And then toward the end of this presentation, we're going to hone in and specifically discuss museum flood event response. And I say response, we're in mitigation effort right now, as I think everyone's aware, restocking the sandbags, mobilizing volunteers, all of those processes. As we approach monsoon season, we're putting everything into place as well to be able to respond to a flood event if we get one. And I think, the kind of behavior we're getting already, witness what I heard yesterday about having some thunder activity and so forth. I think the weather service has called it. I mean, they're saying now there's a higher chance that we will have a wetter than normal monsoon. So these efforts are important. They're going to be step by step. Today we're going to do this overview of the response and the role of the board. And then we'll also be doing an exercise that's right now tentatively scheduled for Wednesday, June 9th. And there'll be a period in the afternoon where we will engage you as what we call the policy committee when the EOC is established The board serves as policy committee. And you'll have an opportunity to do a little exercise relative to that. So to that effort. So, but we'll be exercising the plan that we've put into place. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Wes to go through again the overview, and then we'll talk about museum a little bit later. Thank you.
So good afternoon, Chair. Hopefully you guys can see my screen.
We sure can.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Supervisors. Thank you for your time today. Lucinda and the county manager opened it up really well. We're in fire season. We're hopeful for a monsoon season. So we really wanted to give you some feeling for the role you play when one of these things breaks loose. We're going to walk through, as they said, an overview, and then we'll get into museum specific. Hang on one second. Let me get myself set up. There we go. We've covered this. This is the first. These are just a brief agenda of the two things we will cover with you today. And really, the goal here is to provide you with an overview of the roles and responsibilities before, during, and after an incident. And we're actually going to define an incident for you. And we do that only because FEMA, like everything else, has definitions of incidents. And it is important that we all know what we're talking about. And then we really want to make sure that we can illustrate the effective and efficient flow of communications up and down the chain of command. So as the policy group, you are our strategic guidance, and then that flows all the way down to one of our public works crews is running a grader or something like that. And that chain of command and that communication goes both directions. So we want to make sure we talk about that. The board provides strategic vision and direction. And that's really important. So as you're in touch with your constituency, you know your neighborhoods, you know your districts, you know what is priority, what needs to get done. And I say know what needs to get done, not how necessarily it needs to get done. So really it's a question of you providing that 100,000 foot view. You filter that down through the incident commander, through the EOC, to the staff that's out in the street on the ground, getting the job done. So you provide that vision and that direction. And then you'll notice I put here, please trust your incident commander. In a museum event for the county, that is Lucinda, she's our incident commander. They will develop the operational goals and the objectives to implement to a successful conclusion. So that's the in the weeds stuff. You're looking at a 100,000 foot view. Lucinda as the incident commander is at the 50,000 foot view. The guys out there on the street, the street crew managers, they're looking at the 10,000 foot view. If we can all keep that funnel in mind, we can understand better. It's not necessary for you to know where every grader is. If you want to know, we can provide you that information, but it's really not necessary. It's not even necessary that Lucinda knows where every single grader is. There's an entire structure that will have that information and can flow it up and down as may be necessary. So what is an incident? And again, I don't mean to be simplistic here, but we all have to understand that we have to follow particular guidance and particular things so that we can make sure we're best prepared for reimbursements and declarations and things like that. I won't read the definition there, but really it's any event, and it can be a fire, it can be a flood, as we all know, it can be any event that occurs, and our job is to minimize the loss of life, damage to property, and or the environment. So I think we've all heard the phrase before, most incidents start and end at the local level. That's really very true, and it's true in this case as well. If we have a fire in a particular fire district, it starts with that fire district. They're in charge, they own it. If they are overwhelmed, they might elevate it and bring in another fire district. They could elevate it to a level that includes the state or the feds for that matter. As that event is mitigated and the response is concluded, that then de-escalates right back and originally lands back with the original fire district. So it begins and ends locally. Those events happen all day, every day. We all know what they are. They can be anything from a car accident to a train derailment to a small fire. Large incidents, like what we're talking about here, a museum type event or a large wildfire that's making some threats against infrastructure or urban interface, really requires some efficient coordination. Clear strategic vision from you, from the policy group, is where we start. And then this often requires multiple jurisdictions and emergency response disciplines. That's where your emergency operations center comes in to support the response coordination. And that is done, of course, in conjunction with the incident management team, the IMT. You'll heard that term. Lucinda for the county is our incident commander in charge of the IMT. The EOC, the Emergency Operations Center, will be run likely by myself or another member of the EM staff. So one of the things that's really important, this has already been done, and some of this is partially really for the benefit of our newer board members. The county, along with all the counties across the state and the state, have formally adopted the Incident Command System, ICS, again, as you'll hear it referred to. It's really spelled out from the federal level as to what we are required to do, what we're required to follow, what steps we're required to take in order to be eligible for reimbursement when things are wrapping up. All of this is spelled out in Homeland Security presidential directives. Most of these date back to 2009, 2010, but they remain in effect. Again, it's already been done. You have directed that staff is trained and that they exercise the Incident Command System. The exercise Lucinda mentioned on June 9th will exercise the Incident Command structure, primarily focused on the incident management team in this particular conversation, but you will see that in play. Integrate, I spelled my apologies, spelling there, ICS into our operations, and we do that every day. ICS is a standard language, it's a subculture, if you will, for those of us involved in emergency response, and I can assure you that it is well ingrained here in Coconino County, and we're very good at it. And then again, following the principles. The one principle that I would like to go back and kind of touch on here is communication. So that flow of communication from you to the incident commander, to the divisions, to the command and general staff, it's a flow. It flows down and it flows back up. And I emphasize this because if I've got somebody on the street with a grader calling the board chair to give him information, and that's just an example, that kind of nullifies how we communicate, how we share information. Really not an acceptable practice. So the flow of information, both down and up, is really important. That is a key principle of the Incident Command System and very important. Roles and responsibilities, again, policy provides guidance and direction on priorities and objectives based on situational needs. 100,000-foot view. You see it, you want your neighborhood made safe. You want your neighborhood protected. You want your neighborhood evacuated, something like that. Large 100,000-foot view. The EOC role and responsibilities in this particular instance is to support incident command, the on-site incident commanders, in this case, again, Lucinda for the county. Our job is to support those operations. We coordinate information and we coordinate resources. And this bottom line is really important. The EOC is not in command of the event. We don't run the event. We don't assign people tasks out in the field. That is handled by the incident management team headed by the incident commander. So that distinction is really, really clear. And sometimes it gets confusing. An EOC and an incident management team. Those are two separate functions that work together. Command versus coordination. What's the difference? Again, I think these are pretty simple questions, but we really want to just cover them to make sure in our terms of incident command, what this means. Command, directing, ordering, controlling, right? Being in charge of things. The incident commander, Lucinda, is in charge of giving specific operational directive. At that 50,000-foot view, she says, okay, the board has given me a direction that they want that neighborhood evacuated. She then filters that direction down and the evacuation logistically begins to happen. So it's a command and control. Point of emphasis here, you'll notice in the red box, the elected senior officials are ultimately responsible for achieving resolution to all incidents. And I want to make sure I'm clear here. You're not necessarily in charge of how we do it, but I don't think I need to explain to anybody on the board here. Ultimately, the Board of Supervisors is responsible for everything that happens in the county. So to that, I would say, the good news is you've got great incident commanders, you've got great staff, and the outcome for anything that we face will be as good as we can possibly make it. You, as the policy group, delegate a great deal of authority to your incident commander. Really, you're going, we need to protect our citizens. That's my 100,000-foot statement. You leave it up to Lucinda and you delegate a lot of responsibility to her to achieve that. Coordination. And here we're really talking about, again, the Emergency Operations Center that allows all levels of government and disciplines to work together. So our job, especially if we've got a large event, and let's say the city and the county and the Forest Service and any number of other entities are involved in the response to this particular threat, whatever it might be. The EOC's specific tasking is to coordinate and support that entire operational piece. All the information flows into us. We track what's happening. We track it for both operational needs, and we also track it for financial recovery. Really, really important piece. We record through the planning section all the activity for later submission for reimbursement. Very important piece. We are in close consultation with the incident commander, or incident commanders, as the case may be, when you hear about it in the museum event. We talk to them all of the time. There is a complete planning process that we won't go into today that flows through what we call an operational period. An operational period that we are currently envisioning for this type of response is generally going to be considered between 10 and 12 hours. Those are determined by the incident commander at the time of the event. But during that 10 and 12-hour cycle, we have a very specific process that's again established by the incident command system for how we consult, how we work with the incident management team, and how we support them. So this is back to that flow of communication space. And we just did a very simple diagram here because there is area for some confusion. You'll see in the upper left-hand corner there, incident commander. So for our purposes right now, that's Lucinda as the county. The incident management team, IAP, incident action plan, which you'll hear a little bit more about here shortly. The IAP, the incident action plan, is the operational plan for the incident management team, which is led by the incident commander. As they are in the field and they have needs, operations, for example, has a particular need. They need porta potties. We'll just use that as an example. That's a good, glorious example to use. They need porta potties. That information is communicated from the IMT operations chief over to the EOC operations desk. The EOC operations desk goes and finds porta potties and delivers them wherever the operations chief from the IMT asks that they be delivered. The advantage of that is a couple of things. First of all, as soon as that request comes in, we begin tracking. We begin tracking for costs. We begin tracking for achieving the actual request, fulfilling it. We track it for a lot of different things. It also frees up that incident management team operations chief to be doing operations. We don't need him on the phone calling, trying to phone porta potties. It's our job to do that. The same thing happens with logistics. If there's something else they need, maybe they need a flyover with an aerial photograph of the scene, we can acquire that. Planning, finance, recovery, all of that happens in exactly the same function. Now you'll notice that the yellow arrows in the middle are from the IMT over to the EOC. Once we have a mission to get porta potties, we go, we accomplish it, and we put the porta potties in place. The IMT, once they see those porta potties in place, they know the mission's been met. Pretty simple process, and it really, really works cleanly when we follow this line of communication directly. So really quick, just a summary of incident management roles. Incident commanders, right? Manages the incident. Lucinda will be in charge of managing what happens on the ground at whatever scene we're responding to. That is done in close coordination with the EOC. And the EOC serves, again, to make sure that we are recording everything and meeting the needs of the incident management team. The board's roles: provide strategic direction, delegate authority, outline the mission, and enforce policy. Policy is already in place. Policy rarely changes during an event, but it can. But really, it's a question of enforcing policy that's already in place. And then to maintain unity of command and safety of responders, the chain of command should not be bypassed. And I emphasize that because it is, from a political position and as supervisors that are in charge of a large district, I'm sure it is difficult at times to not be able to pick up that phone and call right to the guy in the grader and go, hey, please go clear that road. In the best practice of incident command and in the best practice of the hierarchy that's established here, that would be complicating things. If you have a need like that, please communicate it to the incident commander, i.e. Lucinda. She will communicate it appropriately down through the incident management team, and that task and mission will be accomplished. So an overview the board fulfills in response to a museum flood. And at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Lucinda. She would like to take over. I'm sorry, I'm going to cover a couple more things here. Pretty recently, about about a year ago now, we were successful, and I say we were successful in drafting and adopting, the board adopted an emergency mutual aid compact across our region. And I will say that really, from my perspective, the key piece to this entire document, although it spells out a great deal about how we share resources, how we can ask each other for assistance, it spells out a great deal. Really, one of the very key pieces of this, again, going back to some of our FEMA requirements, is a delegation of authority, both in terms of chain of command and also the authority to work in other jurisdictions. Interestingly enough, FEMA very, very, very closely scrutinizes the authority one jurisdiction has to work not only in their own, but in another. So for example, if the county is asked by the city to come into the city to assist with a response, or vice versa, but for now, the county is asked to come into the city and it becomes a declared event, and we file for a declaration and subsequently for reimbursement. If there is not a written record, and that's important, a written record of a formal request from the city to the county, giving the county authority to work inside the city, a big chunk of reimbursement for the county could be jeopardized. The Emergency Management Mutual Aid Compact has addressed that. That is now in writing. It's a standing statement. It doesn't have to happen at the time an event occurs. When things are breaking, it gets very hectic. Responses are happening. People are answering phones, jobs are happening, and sometimes things can get missed. If we miss the written authorization, it can jeopardize reimbursements. We don't have to worry about that anymore. It's all taken care of. It's in writing, and we are good to go. The achievement of that here about a year ago was an enormous success for the board. And I, for one, from my position, am grateful that it's in place. Quite frankly, the city, Flagstaff staff played a great role in helping to draft this. And we got it passed, and it's standing for 5 years renewable. And it is something that we need to make sure we keep renewed. It is an IGA, of course. It addresses a number of things. Legal jurisdictions and authorities. We just spoke about that. That's really, really important. Financial authorities and restrictions. Anytime we have a large response, there's going to be a significant amount of financial investment by different jurisdictions in relationship to their response to the event. So the county may invest a great deal of finances and resources in a response to the city. Making sure that we have this compact in place ensures that we can, down the road, in the recovery phase, after declaration, make sure we can seek reimbursement. Agency or jurisdictional priorities. They're different, right? The county and the city are two different jurisdictions. There are times, however, when those priorities will probably run parallel. A museum fire would probably be the best example. And then planning for ongoing incident evaluation and management. So you heard me talk about the operational period and the planning P. That can be done independently. The city can do one. I'm sorry, I think I've had a technical problem. Can you still hear me?
Your voice changed. We can see the screen, but your voice changed. We can hear you. It's just louder.
Apologies, I think I had a brief technical problem there. Am I back on? Chair, can you hear me, sir?
Now I can more clearly. Yes.
Yep.
Okay, thank you. I apologize for that. I had a technical issue.
Working now.
So the operational period, the planning P that we talked about, is a process that allows us on a daily basis to evaluate the incident. That's done by Lucinda as the incident commander. It is done by the board, and it allows us to go through daily briefings. We look, we review, and we revise objectives as necessary. All of that is all spelled out and is all covered by the Emergency Management Compact. So if we have a museum event, and Lucinda will take over here shortly, we have a plan. We have a very robust plan. We will, in all likelihood, again, at the direction of policy and the incident command, potentially establish a joint emergency operations center. We currently have staffing plans that would include both county and city staff to help us stand that facility up and operate it. It is at the command and general staff level in person. And below that, and there's several steps below that, is likely going to remain virtual. If the city has a request for assistance, those requests will be routed through the incident management team and through the EOC. There'll also be a play with the flood control district. And I think at this point, Lucinda probably would like to take over and include and talk about how the flood control district plays into this. So I will turn it over to Lucinda.
Great, thank you, Wes. And just to reiterate again, to think about this kind of as levels of management of the incident. We've got the EOC, and then we've got an incident management team, of which there are incident commander or commanders. You're familiar with that overarching, effort for COVID, where Kim is incident commander, and then she has deputy incident commanders. In relationship to the museum flood, and if we have a minor event, let's say it only affects a few homes, in the area. the incident command will mobilize and respond to that event, clear the street, clear out debris from intake, at the culverts, that type of thing, do the cleanup, certainly respond and look at if there have been any impacts to private property. And if so, contact those individual property owners. And in that case, and Wes is referring to me, but for a museum flood specifically, within the incident action plan, so there's an incident management team that has an incident action plan, and we exercise the plan. The team exercises the plan. That's what will happen next week. Andy Bertelson, who's the public works director at the city, he and I are actually serving as joint. So for museum flood events, we've set up a joint system. We've set up a joint emergency operations center, and we've set up a joint emergency management team. And the management team is the boots on the ground. And that's deploying people out, again, to clear streets, cordon off an area. If you have utilities damaged, you may have to cordon off that area so you don't get anybody in that area. If it's unsafe, it's a gas leak, electricity line down, whatever the case might be, right? So you've got these different levels kind of operating. And now, if we have a minor event, we won't mobilize the EOC. But frankly, in a flood event, I'll tell you, if we get a major flood event, we will very likely mobilize the EOC, and we probably won't demobilize it through the rest of the season, is the reality. Because once you've saturated the soil on the burn area, it's going to probably flood again and be very unlikely. Now, you may flood, you may get only saturated in one area and not another. So you can have different impacts, but once you've saturated that soil, you're going to probably continue. And that's why when you hear us talk about, we had 23 events one year and 20 events the next, that type of thing. It's because once it gets saturated, it just floods over and over again, right? So likely once we mobilize that EOC, it'll be standing in some state throughout the monsoon season. That's very likely. Given that we have two jurisdictions at play here, we have the city and we have the county, we also may get an event that affects Mount Eldon Estates, but doesn't affect the city of Flagstaff. That could happen. And therefore, the county will be mobilizing resources into Mount Eldon Estates. And we may or may not choose to mobilize the EOC. Whether we mobilize the EOC or not, you will be communicated with. And you know that already from Wes. Wes is very prudent about communicating with you. And he'll be communicating with the board. And particularly in this case, Supervisor Horstman, that's her district. But he'll be communicating with the entire board. We had a rain event. It affected Mount Eldon Estates. Here's been what the impact and here's what's being mobilized. So you'll get that. You'll either get that communication from me or from Wes, but it depends on, again, the level of impact, whether we mobilize that EOC or not. And if we mobilize the EOC, we mobilize all those components he showed before. The Joint Information Center, all of that, what we call the JIC, the Information Center, which is really your public information. All those pieces, operations, logistics, all those will get mobilized. But we have those pieces as well within the incident management team as well, just kind of at a lower level, so to speak, to think about it that way. Once we mobilize the EOC, some of those functions will move entirely to the EOC. The public communications piece will move entirely to the EOC. The financial management moves entirely to the EOC. So whereas you'll still have some logistical activity and operations support within the management team, of course, that boots on the ground piece, but you'll also have those functions at the EOC. So it's important to understand what kind of moves with the EOC and what doesn't. And again, it's the size of the event. So And then what's important when you think about the flood event within the city of Flagstaff is that if we get a major flood event within the city of Flagstaff, we mobilize the EOC. The incident management team will be mobilizing, obviously, probably already have mobilized and is responding. But as those policy decisions get made, it's important to understand that the city council will serve as a policy entity and the board will serve as a separate policy entity. And that's important because although we have the mutual aid compact, the city really needs to be communicating to the county and the county flood control district what resources do they want mobilized by the county or the flood control district within their jurisdiction. And they will meet and they may say, okay, we want the EOC to mobilize a volunteer resource center. Well, the volunteer resource center would get mobilized through the EOC working with United Way, for example. We may need places for people, they may have their homes flooded and they may need somewhere to be able to go live and sleep, while their homes are being cleaned, right? Because those homes are going to need to be mucked out and cleaned before they can go back and reside if the flood is bad enough, right? And so, again, the EOC, the city will make that request into the EOC. The EOC will mobilize the Red Cross to find locations for people to be able to be housed while the cleanup is taking place. So, you can see how those requests will come in. If there are specific requests of the flood control district or the county, for example, let's say, given the flood event, we now realize we need to increase the mitigation in a particular area. We have to add more barrier. Maybe the sandbags weren't as effective in an area as we had hoped, and we need to move to barrier. For example, we need to bring in barrier, and the city requests the flood control district to take on that task, come through the EOC, and it's up to the board of supervisors, either acting as the board of directors for the flood control district or board of supervisors, based on what the resource request is to then direct that should take place. So they'll make requests, and it'll really be the board of supervisors who decides how county resources are issued in this process, so to speak. So I think the barrier one and the flood control is a really good example. And that could happen. We could, and you see flood paths change over time as well. We saw that a great deal out in Schultz. So they'll be making these requests, and the board will be sitting as a policy entity. And typically the policy committee will meet once or twice a day. When we had the museum fire, initially it was meeting twice a day. As the fire began to be put under control and so forth, then, it diminished. It went just once a day. So typically it's twice a day, morning and in the afternoon. And again, you're presented with information. So don't feel like, oh, geez, we're thrown into this. How do we know what we should be asking for, right? Particularly those of you that are new to this. Well, there's a lot of information will be provided to you. And there'll be typically a recommendation made by the incident commanders. We recommend that we mobilize this, or we recommend we mobilize that, or, we'll make recommendations, and then you'll provide that strategic direction in terms of what should be mobilized. And you'll be considering what comes in from the city council as well, what they want to see mobilized, and that communication. And it's going to be important. And typically in most incidences, depends on, if an incident like COVID, you've been all working together as a team to make decisions. Typically, when we get into an incident that involves specifically a specific district, that district or districts will have more involvement. For example, during Schultz, District 2 and 4 were impacted. And at that time, Supervisors Archuleta and Metzger took a primary lead. But a lot of the big resource decisions, all those big resource decisions have to be made by the entire board. typically the flood control district board in that case. So
Now, let me hop in for a second, Lucinda, on that. So, when you're saying the policy committee meets twice a day, it's not going to be the full board that's meeting with the policy committee. Often, the chair is the signature during emergencies, so the chair would be there. Because it involved two districts, it made sense to put the two supervisors in there, and we try and include the supervisor with that. But anything that's done from a policy perspective needs to be validated. It might be in retrospect if it needs to be addressed immediately, but it will be brought to the board to make that determination on that. And you guys can correct me where I mess up here, please.
Yeah, and typically we try to include all the boards so that if we need major resource decisions made, they can be made. Doesn't mean that happens at every meeting either, right? And I mean, these things ebb and flow. And at times you need to make a set of decisions, and sometimes you have to make decisions very quickly. And as Chair mentioned, it's retrospective. We will go back to the board of the flood control districts later and say, we had to make this decision to respond. There may be requests for resources that we need to be making that we know we need to mobilize, right? And up front, you'll give that overarching guidance, and we may need to mobilize particularly physical resources to come in, like conservation crews, things like that, right? So on this chart, and I know it's difficult to see, but basically this shows you just the different roles within. This is the joint EOC for a museum flood event. You can see how there are people from the city playing certain roles. Some of these we're still filling in. There's been some modifications. Some people have left or have other roles and so forth. We're still filling this in right now, but this gives you a feel for who serves in different roles. We're fortunate here that we have a set of county team members who have served in a number of the major roles in the EOC for a number of years. They have a great deal of experience. Rob Morrison, Jeremy, those, of course, both Tim and Mark have served in the EOC. In addition to this, you're going to see that we also have another individual that we've brought in as a technical resource and a support specifically for Wes and the incident commanders. His name is Bob Orrell, and Bob is a retired fireman from the city of Flagstaff. He has a great deal of experience working on incident command teams, and he's done a great deal of training in this arena. Last year, the flood control district brought Bob on to develop the incident action plan, working with Wes and with Sam Beckett. And Todd, to some extent. Todd was here for a little bit of that time frame. And he developed the actual plan, and he is working with Wes right now to develop the exercise for next week. And he will be a great resource in the EOC as well as a resource to the incident command. So we've got some depth of experience there. And he's worked fires extensively, and he served as our liaison for many, many different fire events that we've had, working for the Forest Service as a liaison to the county and the EOC. And he's done a great job communicating with the boards in the past. So we're excited to have Bob on the team this year. Again, in a little bit different role because he's working directly for us and with us right now this year. So excited about that. Steve, did you want to add something?
Mr. Chair, just members of the board, certainly one would say we hope we don't have emergencies to have to deal with, but I think it's important to have the experience. It's a different experience if it's a tabletop, but I can tell you right now that from the first time I did an incident with the county a long time ago to what we're doing now, it certainly we've evolved over time. In terms of the policy committee, And the role of the policy committees, of course, we would be liaisoning between both the city and the county policy committee with regard to decisions that need to be made. But similar to COVID, where we held, and we still do, a standing agenda item on the board agenda, depending on the magnitude of the emergency and the duration, we would be doing that. And that would, of course, fill in the rest of the board with regard to some of the activities that may be occurring outside of the district. I do recall back in the Shoals fire flood, considerable time was devoted to that. Of course, it needed to be, but we also have continuity of operations. The rest of the county is operating, and so being able to kind of split up the management and the executive management with regard to the duration and the magnitude of the emergency was important as well. So again, those just footnotes to add, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. So as we mentioned, as Wes mentioned, we have an incident action plan specifically for a museum flood event, and it defines the incident objectives, and it outlines kind of the tactics that are used to respond, depending upon, it's really kind of this plan is very geographically based to some extent, because we look at the geographic areas both inside and outside of the city. And again, as was mentioned, those objectives get reviewed daily to make sure that we're all tracking, we're all consistent in how we're viewing those objectives. And it's got the organizational list. And this is again at the incident management plan level or the incident management team level. And we have operational divisions, which we'll show you here in a minute. There's also operational assignments for law enforcement and fire and rescue as well. And this is again, some of the more of the other components. There's a communication plan, medical plan to the incident action plan, as well as these operational divisions. And really these operational divisions really focus on getting the big focus initially is getting the infrastructure assessed and back into shape to operate. So that's really the streets. It's really getting the streets cleaned, cleared of debris, getting cleared of if there's excess water, whatever the case might be, clearing debris. And you can see that there's kind of these two different areas, and then we have a Division C, which is below. So Division A is basically Mount Eldon Estates and Lockett Ranches. Although Lockett Ranches, I think there's really only one potential home that could be impacted, private property that's really impacted. There are properties impacted, but very few homes. And then you get to Division B, that is north of Cedar, and then south of Cedar is, or that's north of Cedar. And then this isn't quite shown. I guess that includes all of Sunnyside and the city proper. And then Division C is south of the Highway 66. But each of those areas, there's also a breakdown of who's responding. So we know exactly which city crews are responding to which areas. They're primarily responding north of Cedar. County is responding south of Cedar. We have a greater number of resources because we just, as a public works organization, we're quite a bit larger. Because we cover, a much larger geographic territory. So we have a larger footprint, so to speak, in the response, in clearing the streets and so forth, and getting them open and passable for emergency response. That's really the first order of business, is to make sure that we can respond, fire and police can respond. That's really the key activity up front. And then you begin the assessment process to assess what has been impacted, how many private properties been impacted, utilities, et cetera. So that gives you kind of an overview again, and certainly we welcome any questions or comments.
gradually taking everything off mute and video. Actually, we're handling two different pieces. One is, that's about the best presentation I've seen on delineating incidents and roles and responsibilities. Very well done. Really appreciate that because it helps. It gets confusing, not just between the incident management team and EOC, but roles for the board and why communication is important. But along that line, I was hoping that you might help the board understand. So they're going to get requests. So that once an emergency hits, whether it's this flood or we could have a fire happening at the same time as the flood, believe it or not, in this county. But when it comes in, suddenly people are going to go to the easiest route. They're going to call the supervisor's office. And yet logistically, everybody's trying to figure out what to do, when to do, but you have a method of communication. Can you help the board members understand that and how they might be able to manage that together with you?
So if it's a large enough event that we mobilize the EOC, a call center is established. The call center typically is staffed by our CERT teams, our emergency response teams that are managed through the sheriff's office, and John Paxton, that he manages mobilizing the volunteers for the call center. The call center technically falls under this Joint Information Center, the JIC, and people who work within the JIC, which is really your public affairs people. So it'll be Alex, Jessica Drum, the PIO from the city, is one of the people, Mark Della Rocca, Liz Krug out of Parks and Rec. They all serve as, I'll say, information persons within that JIC. And they're keeping the call center informed what's going on. Gee, we just had an event, it impacted this area, probably going to start getting a lot of calls from this area. So, and then they're putting information out externally to the media as well, right? And getting you information so that you can put it on your social media. Obviously, it's going out on the county social media, it's going out on the webpage, et cetera. So there's a lot of information flowing out that tells people where to call. They call into the call center and then they can request support. So let's say their driveway, there's a big branch blocking their driveway and they need to have their driveway, cleared or something to that extent. They're going to call and they're going to make requests. But the chair is right. They're also going to call your office. And you're going to want to either take that information and direct it in. This is one of the reasons that we have Arena and Julian working with Salesforce right now, because Salesforce is the technical hub for managing all that information. So any constituent that calls in, that information must get into Salesforce so that we can track that request, whatever that request might be. They may just be calling for information and want an update. If it's a fire, they might want to know, are they expecting my area to be evacuated or not? So it may just be general, information that gets shared by that person working the call center. But if they have a need, if they have a specific need, then it needs to be tracked. It's really a needs tracking system is what Salesforce is for us. And it tracks all that information. And then it also then pushes out to those entities that need to respond, whoever those entities are. And it's based on the type of need. So it may be, gee, hey, this part of my area, the water went over my sandbags here. I need to have more sandbags, for example, might be the request. And so that goes into the operations side of the house. It may be they need something else. They need assistance with the muck out. That goes probably into United Way to mobilize volunteers to come help do muck out. So there's different services, right? Now, the reason you're going to see and why we push the flood insurance so much is that if people have flood insurance, they can also mobilize their own resources. So one of the first questions that gets asked is, do you have flood insurance? Because if they have flood insurance, they can call their insurance agent, and that insurance agent should mobilize someone to come do the muck out at their house, right? That's how the system really should work. Now, in this case, given we know what the expectation is, A lot of people have secured flood insurance, and most have, and that will afford them the ability to get some of these services covered through the flood insurance, right?
So, oh, I do have it.
They need to go in, and that's why we're also training Julian and Raina so that they can get them into the system, and they get people can be mobilized to respond to those needs.
But it could also be a fire, and somebody calls in and, hey, I have this problem. The one thing that you're gonna find is it's organized chaos, you know, and information happens instantly with social media, and these guys try and coordinate the message on social media. But one thing that they need to do is get the message to be correct also. So there might be a delay associated with it. What we need to do is try and feed them into the system and help them. We don't have that information right now. I understand you're really worried, but, you know, and then you feed it in for that, which could help out. But you'll get that pressure for it. So something to think about. I see a lot of soups popping up. If you want to stay with the communication, we could do it. I have another question on the broader incident pieces, but let's hop in and see if other supervisors' comments or questions. Okay, not. So let me follow up. Again, I'm going back to general instead of museum fire because we are worried about museum. We know we have great potential for flooding. It's why we definitely want to be ready right now, but we could have some of these other ones also at the same time happening. What are our relationships for the other cities? Now we explain our relationship with the city of Flagstaff and how do we coordinate it associated with emergencies.
Go ahead, Wes.
Thank you for the question, Chair, Vice Chair, and Supervisors. Really, it's exactly the same thing, sir. Now, it is slightly different in that we don't have a formal IGA with our other municipalities at this point in time. That is something we could certainly. However, I think what we're looking to do is make sure that the communication that is necessary to happen between, let's say Williams, for example, needs assistance from the county. That request is made from City of Williams through my office. I would elevate that up to, in my case, in this particular case, Lucinda, for further action. So it's really the exact same process, sir. It begins local and ends local. The only difference locally here in our region is that we have the IGA that covers all of our big players here in the region. NAU, NATA, the city, the county, and I'm sorry, the Coconino Community College District. So same process, just not quite as clean as we have it here.
Mr. Chair. If I could ask Wes or Lucinda to comment on the LEPC, the Local Emergency Planning Committee, and the function and how they cross communicate.
Please.
Certainly. So thank you for that question, sir. LEPC really is, it's a large planning group. That's really what it's for. They have open communications, regular meetings. Many of our critical response players on the fire side and on the hazmat side and on the law enforcement side coordinate through this meeting. It is chaired currently by Mark Christian here in the Coconino County Office of Emergency Management. That chair will soon move over to NAU, where Robert Church will assume the chair, but the administrative oversight of that meeting and the facilitation of those meetings and exercises will remain here with our office. But it's really just a large planning group, sir.
Okay, and then hop on in other one is, you know, there are different elements. You'll suddenly get people that want to come in and provide assistance. They want to offer their food. They want to offer their volunteers and all that. What do supervisors do with that?
Typically, we would direct those, one, we're going to be doing outbound communications, right? Again, relative to what are the needs that the community has. And a lot of times people want to come donate items. And frankly, that's about the last thing typically you actually want to have happen, because it becomes a horrendous process trying to manage the items. So it's really important that we're communicating out if there are specific needs that extend beyond what Red Cross can provide. And typically Red Cross is the provider of, like, if people need clothing, or if they need, household items or things like that, or personal items. Typically that request will go through Red Cross. But if we end up needing, let's say for some reason we need some particular items, then we will generate that request out specifically. But typically the first message going out is don't start bringing items, because it becomes, frankly, a horrendous process to manage. And I remember in Radio Chediskai, where people were bringing kind of generic stuff and wanting to drop it off and just give it to United Way, for example. And people didn't need those things. And actually then we generated a list of what we did need. Frankly, it was for mostly firefighters. They needed clean socks. They needed certain items, and we generated that list. And then frankly, we staged it at Sam's Club, and we staged it at big, area. And we told people, if you want to donate something, go in and buy this and bring it out to us when you come back out, so that we got what we needed versus just accumulating a bunch of stuff that we couldn't use, wasn't in support. So it's really important that these type of activities be very well coordinated.
So it's, again, reaching back to
volunteers, and there's a volunteer hub and link that we're starting to mobilize now for mitigation, but would be mobilized as well. And United Way is the manager of the volunteer response as well. So,
and that would be coordinated through you, through the EOC. You would be putting those messages out of what to do, how to do it.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and then another one. So a couple different communities. Speaking of Rodeo Chediskai, I remember a fire chief down in Forest Lakes once upon a time that wanted to go out and get ahead of the fire and do all the firefighting the way he wanted to do. It comes back to, it's so important, from a safety perspective, let alone other things, that that community members or even partners that we have are working with the incident command post. I also had one of our supervisors go in and start to want to help and rescue horses down in Blue Ridge in our past fire. And our concern was he was getting out beyond the lines. It's like we sit in our own role as supervisors, that it's real important that we stay back, let the incident command tell us what to do. And if we're down there, we're coordinating with them. They can guide us around, let us know where we should be, where we shouldn't be at the time. It really can bog down the incident if we're not careful on that communication piece. So I've done enough of my questions, comments. Definitely, this is for the board to comment. And I know Geronimo and Patrice, you two have been getting up to speed, going to additional meetings, getting ready for the prep for this potential for museum fire. You might have just broader comments beyond what we're talking about with emergency management.
Right. And if I can, Chair Ryan,
Please.
by the way, thank you. This was excellent. It was very helpful for me to see the big picture. I mean, I've seen bits and pieces of it and saw bits and pieces of it in play, quite frankly, during the museum fire when I was a volunteer for United Way. But to see this overview is very helpful. And thank you, Wes and Lucinda. It really does put it in perspective, makes it clear where our role is. And not only that, the real importance of following chain of command. If there's ever a time that we need the chain of a command and we need to make sure that it's followed, is when you're in an emergency situation. And everybody wants to help, everybody wants to get involved, everybody wants to do the right thing. Sometimes the right thing is stand down. The right thing is follow the chain of command. And we can't underscore that enough. And I know Geronimo and I, just by going out with the county, in the city, and under the direction of the county and Lucinda and Wes and Jay and Christopher, who are providing the on the ground, if you will, expertise, so that they all hear one message, and that Geronimo and I then underscore that message. We don't make up our own. We're underscoring the message that is coming from the staff. And that is so, so important. So you don't get mixed messages, or you don't get conflicting messages out there. So we already are seeing that on a much smaller scale. We hope it just stays that way. The other is everybody wants to help. I mean, isn't that great? We have a community that everybody wants to help. And so when we're out and doing our meet and greet in the street, we're having so many people coming up and saying, we want to do this, and I can get the baseball team, and I can get my Girl Scout group, or I can get whomever together. And I think it's also so important that we do it as a coordinated effort, through the county. And I know the county has also worked very directly with United Way for a phased volunteer team that will be trained, that will sign the required agreements and, quite frankly, waivers, and that we can coordinate our response through those that need our assistance, also through very well coordinated agreements and releases and waivers. And we need to do this. So number one, we're doing a good job. We're actually providing the people with what they need, and also to make sure that we remain professional, and we limit the liability that we have as a county. And that's part of our role on the Board of Supervisors, is we need to make sure that we keep the county free from liability to the extent that we can. So thank you. Just some comments that I had, and just real life experiences that Geronimo are dealing with right now with helping the community with museum flood mitigation. So thank you both.
Thank you.
Geronimo?
Yes, thank you, everyone. Thank you, Wes, for a great presentation, lining it out, making it very clear for us. Again, as Supervisor Horstman said, chain of command is going to be super important as we're going through some chaotic times. So I really appreciate the presentation and the organization leading up to it, the prep that's been done. I've had the opportunity of seeing your command center and seeing your operation. I really appreciate everything that's been put in there. So thank you. As we've been going through with the community, we're really just trying to support the message of the staff. We're going to have our third meet in the street tomorrow, and then fourth on Thursday. And so we'll be out there really trying to support the message from the staff, because you're the experts, you know what the plan is, and you got to be the boots on the ground. And so we just want to be able to support you as much as possible, get that same message out, and really get as much support, coordinated support, through volunteers, through United Way, so that way we can support the efforts and just prep and be ready for the inevitable event that we'll probably face. So thank you for all your efforts, really appreciate it. And again, if there's anything that we can do to support the efforts of the staff to prep for these EMS situations, by all means, please let me know. Thank you.
Thank you. I also want to add that, this role isn't singular to city jurisdictions or towns. We also work very significantly with Navajo Nation and the other tribal areas. We've done a tremendous amount of work, of course, over the years with Havasupai, with flooding events at Havasupai. And similarly, the tribal nations, they have the ultimate responsibility. They will set up their own emergency operations center. If it's a significant enough event, that's their determination. And then they will reach out to West typically if they have need that go beyond what they can meet. They will then request, similarly like a city might request the county, or in a very similar way, or even a unincorporated area might request assistance, but they will request. So we work very closely with them. Wes also will work very closely, typically in tandem with their emergency manager, with the tribal emergency manager liaison at Edema. And he's in constant communication with them as well. So typically if it's within our county, but it's affecting a tribal nation, there's that kind of three-way communication going on continuously. Wes, anything more you want to add to that?
But we don't declare the emergency if it's within tribal communities or at
Correct.
or nation.
They have to make their own declaration and set up their own EOC, but they will be typically asking us for support as well. So
One thing I would add, and Lucinda's right on point, the one thing I would add is that the tribes can certainly, the tribal nations can make requests of us, but because of the legal structures in place, they can also make requests directly to the state or directly to the federal government. So there's an interaction that takes place there. We do serve, my office serves as the primary relation between the county and the state. So if a nation does make a request to us, we'll roll it right up to DEMA and we will facilitate that just like we would with anybody else that makes a request. So there's a lot of intricacies there, but we've got it covered.
Great point. They are sovereign and they do have the ability to go directly to FEMA.
So, yeah, thank you. Thanks for bringing this up, Lucinda. In 2010, there was a snowstorm event that happened, and Navajo Nation, some of the chapters there went directly to the counties, especially in the Navajo County.
For this case, you need to file with them.
So anyway, they went to Navajo County directly, and Navajo County at the time came through, and what happened is that Navajo Nation did not get the dollar amounts. The report that went directly to Navajo County. So Navajo Nation missed out on the reimbursements. So since then, we've had numerous meetings with counties and saying that Navajo chapters, if they want a community needs assistance, they have to go directly to Navajo Nation Emergency Management. Navajo Nation has a commission. They're the ones that declare declaration of emergency, and then from there, it goes out to all of the Navajo communities, and the reporting system is set. They have forms, they have everything on how it's to be done. From Navajo Nation, if they need backup, that's when the Navajo Nation can come to the county, as it happened in 2010. From there, a team came out onto the city with our incident command, and we worked with them to be able to help with Navajo families. So it goes directly to Window Rock, and from Window Rock comes to us. It cannot come from the chapters directly to the counties. We can be involved in various ways as facilitators or trying to contact resources, but all of that has to be communicated directly back to the headquarters, to the emergency manager. Same way it's set up with Hopi, it's also the same with San Juan Southern Paiute.
I have a comment to make.
Go ahead, Judy.
I don't know. I personally think, I always say that I think the county should be more accessible to all the rural communities out there. We have a drought system that's going on, and then also on the north side of our District 4, and the southern is of course fire, floods, and others. So I'm just kind of wondering. I need something in black and white that really states that, the county is not going to be helping unless this happens. That way I can share it with all my northern constituents and let them know that we're not going to be there unless you guys take these steps to do so, and that they should be going through the tribes, because right now
they already say that there's no kind of help from the county as such, on the reservation. So I'm just in the rural communities, but I'm just kind of thinking I will be soliciting that and making sure, because I'm thinking there's got to be something else done. We can't just say, there's a fire going on the reservation. We're waiting for the Navajo Nation to step in. There's still county people out there that have voted each one of us in there. And I will not take that. And because of, yeah, we have protocols, they're sovereign, this and that, sovereign, this and that. Maybe we should just write a statement saying we will not help any sovereign nation. Or the other thing is that we will go ahead and, wait until you guys say so. There's MOUs, there's IGAs, there's other ways of how working with people all the way across, no matter who. And that's what I want to say, because this happened with certain parts of issues that have come up with the board. And I just don't stand for it, but I would like to solicit something in black and white from the county if we have to, because I'm going to send it to all the people that vote on the northern side on the reservation that we're sovereign. You're not getting any help. We'll wait for you guys to ask for help at this point in time. So that's what I would like to see, and I will pursue it. And because I personally feel that anybody in our county, Coconino, should be assisted in some way, shape, or form, no matter what. So I'm just really surprised that people are out there, and people are they need help. Doesn't matter who. We even need help. So I'm just kind of reiterating what is out there that's been brought to my attention, and why this, why that. And each time I hear this, it kind of gets frustrating. And I'm thinking, why am I voted in this position if I can't even help my own constituents or people in the rural communities? So I'll go ahead and talk to Steve on that. And,
Please do.
And then I'll go ahead and see what we can do from there. But I think it's about time that we change. We got to change as a board. We can no longer say, wait, you guys wait, you guys have your own money. I like to know how much money that the county gets, on behalf of everybody that's been voting for the county. Even goes back down to that. Maybe we don't get zero money. Is there any kind of funding that's coming through, for them? And using that a little bit funds, to help. We have a big drought system right now. And I'm really concerned, these elderly people getting 55-gallon barrels of water, 35 miles away just to have drinking water. So, all this is, we're all diverse, and we should all step in. We should all try to see how we can help. If we can do MOAs, IGAs, MOUs to help, instead of just sitting back and saying that, I don't really like to hear that, because I'm voted in here by the people. They want change. They're tired of not getting any kind of help from the county. And that's what I hear out there. So that's what I'm going to say. And, I need to get to the bottom of this. I really do. And then, that way I don't have to work with the nation. I can work down in the southern part, and saying these are only people we're going to help. Even the roads are like that, even just anything that comes up. So I just want to do the spill here and, leave it at that. And I will get with Steve on it.
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Steve.
The staff will provide the jurisdictional information we follow. It's up to the board to execute on that. And so it certainly is not a staff role to receive information, and especially since we operate within the board's governance structure. And so we can certainly provide all of the jurisdictional information to Supervisor Begay, as we will to all of you. And then, of course, beyond that, how you would like us to execute on policy is a full board discussion. Probably not to have at this point in time, but again, we certainly will provide that information and receive direction from the board. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the opportunity, it depends. There are many pieces with that. That's a much broader piece that I think you're talking about, Supervisor Begay. But while we work through the emergency protocol and how we need to implement emergency procedures, I think staff can provide you that documentation of, what is the procedure, what is our relationship with the, in this case, the Navajo Nation, on what we do during emergencies. We can't just step into another jurisdiction and operate. We need to work together with that jurisdiction. And they have their protocol and their IGAs or coordinated procedures that they have for the emergencies. So I think that would be helpful to help explain. And I think that could be provided in that way.
Another is that all of the chapter officials have training on the protocols on how it can be done. It has to do with the reimbursements. We're always talking about reimbursements here. What can we submit? How much can we receive the reimbursements back to us? Well, it is the same on Navajo Nation, all jurisdictions. Doesn't matter what agency. It's not the fact. It's not like we don't want to provide something. It's the way that the federal dollars and trying to get reimbursements. How do we do that? That's what we try to do. We work very closely with the Red Cross. We work very closely with all the agencies that are there in our region. We have the Tubu City Schools, the BIA, we have Navajo Nation, the 3 tribes. We all work together, and we have an incident command that comes together. So that way, all the flow of information is provided. We still have the strike team at the Tubu City Fairgrounds. We still have them there. And we're still working with all the chapters that we're supposed to be working with. Even on Navajo, the jurisdictions are all different also, because the way that the service areas are divided, and those are also something else that we have to always consider. So each of those agencies are divided, and we work within those bounds with Navajo Nation. It's not like we're not working with them. We're working with them constantly. Wes and I just met with the vice president and the emergency manager from Navajo Nation on another project. So, and we'll still continue to work with them. And we still have our calls with all of the Navajo communities. So just want to add that, and but it's good to really know what the protocols are.
So using this opportunity with emergencies, which we're working on, similarly, but a little bit different, would be, I was wondering if you can explain, so we have the EOC. However, Forest Service might have, let's say, a fire, a type 1 or type 2 team. One is, how does the communication work associated with that? And then both for whether we're working on our level or at that level, which is quite similar and is explained in what you're doing. What would be a general protocol if the board wanted to visit the particular emergency or incident that's occurring? So 2 different questions, but if you could answer those, that would be helpful.
Certainly. So Chair, thank you for that question. Vice Chair and board members, when we have a large scale event, let's say it's a fire, right, that you referred to, the Forest Service will establish, just like we are talking about, an incident management team. They will have a location where their incident management team is working out of. They do not, well, there is a condition, but it'd be incredibly rare. They do not establish EOCs. They function under an IMT, just exactly as we've described here, and they liaison back to the county for additional support. So the short answer to your first question, sir, is there's a liaison function. If we have a large fire and the EOC has stood up, one of my very first duties is to assign a liaison either from my office out to the fire, out to the incident command post, or they will assign one from the incident command post back to me at the EOC. That is a 24/7 line of communication that is always open. When we have a large fire, like for example, last year, the Mangum, I was in communication with them probably on an average of 3 or 4 times a day. So that's our principal means of communication with a fire-related or federal IMT or a state IMT for that matter, if there's a fire. And then, I'm sorry, what was your second question, sir?
Well, actually, stay with that one for a half a second on it. So it's a liaison, and we might have an EOC associated with that particular incident, but that liaison communicates with the EOC, and that's the coordination we have occurring. So stepping into the next one, because it's kind of similar. So if they were putting together a community meeting, it would be the Forest Service putting together a community meeting, but they might reach out to us and involve us associated with it. But the second piece of the question that fits into it, a little bit different, is if the board members want to go out to the incident, what would be their steps? Reaching out to our EOC and having them communicate with the Forest Service. Can you explain what the best procedure for a board member to go to the incident and be able to see it?
Yes, sir. Thank you. So the simple answer to that, sir, is whether we have an EOC open or not, which is 2 different answers. If the EOC is open, yes. If the board member or members would like to coordinate through the EOC, we will make all the arrangements, we'll make the notifications, we'll make sure that the IMT, the incident management team at the scene, knows that there's going to be a visit from a dignitary. We will take care of all of that. If we do not have an EOC activated, my office would be glad to coordinate that. Call me, we will set it up with the IMT. We're in contact with them whether we have an EOC operation or not. We are in contact with any IMT that we have operating anywhere in the county, and we can make all those arrangements for you. I can tell you that I cannot think of an instance or a scenario where any of the IMTs that we work with would have any objections to any board members coming out to the scene. It's a simple matter of arranging logistics. We probably work out a lot of it with your district directors so that you don't have to worry about the details. And then when it's time, we get you launched out to the site, sir.
They have their own groups that coordinate people that would be through you, et cetera. Yeah. Okay. All right.
They do, yes, sir.
I'm hogging questions here, though. Other questions or comments associated with this?
Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Steve.
It might be helpful for us to provide a report from the fire that we had 2 years ago. Was it Blue Ridge? The activity that took place, the standing up the volunteer reception center, because I think that would have been the last rural issue that we had relative to fire. And so that is fresh in our minds. I was at United Way at the time. And so I think it might be a really good way to just identify or to orient the board on the type of response that took place and our work with the community of Blue Ridge in working. So the post-fire recovery part, it was very comprehensive as I recall, but I think that would be a pretty good way to provide an example of the work that we're doing. Because, certainly we want to focus in on the current risk with regard to museum, but that's a little different because we're working so closely within the jurisdiction. In Blue Ridge, it was a completely different dynamic in place, but we worked with the church, the community group, the homeowners association. It was a very coordinated community-wide effort.
Which is kind of very helpful of, there's a different way that the board members might help get that group coordinated with the incident and who coordinates then from there with them, etc. All right. Was it Tinder or Timber? Tinder. Fire, right?
Tinder.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. All right. Anything else? Looks like it's gotten quiet out there.
I just want to say another thing. I just want to thank Lucinda, her crew, Wes, everyone that's involved in this effort. And I know it's a lot, especially you have all these key players that are involved, and you have to make sure that they're all coordinated and their communication has to keep flowing and keep flowing. So it takes time, even if there's other strategies that need to happen. So I'm just glad that you did this presentation, and it's a lot of good information for me. And I believe during our board retreat, I kind of asked for a copy of something here, and that would be great too. And so that we do our own reading, our own time, and use that as a guiding tool for ourselves as board members. So thank you very much for all the good work that you guys do and the staff out there.
Very nice. Yeah, actually, you guys are doing a great job, and following Supervisor Begay's comment. And it's good. We all try and help each other and see what we can do to help everybody on how we do this. But great presentation. Really appreciate it. And it looks like we're doing pretty good in terms of schedule here. We've worked through, we're supposed to go to 3:15 with that. The next piece is the American Rescue Plan. Steve, are we okay rolling into that?
Yes, we are.
Let me pause for a second. Do we need a 5-minute break?
I'm good. Either way.
No, looks like everybody's ready. Okay. Last time I got a text after I asked that and we moved on. So, oh no, we need one. So, all right. So American Rescue Plan.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'm going to go ahead and kick it off and walk through the first couple slides. And so if we can have the slides put up, please. Thanks, Erica. I want to also give credit to Erica for putting these slides together with Lucinda. She appreciated it. That was her weekend project, so appreciate that, Erica. Mr. Chair, members of the board, we're here to provide another installment on the American Rescue Plan. And just a real quick comment. It may seem that we're still working on a lot of the fundamental information, but we're all learning together. I think with us in forming the workforce, the working group, taking the due diligence and the time to understand the rules, the interim final rules, the federal process. And so certainly know that there is a lot of good work that's been done and a lot more to be done. But again, just want to let you know that we're building it with you and making sure that every step of the way is tight with regard to compliance, and then also the opportunity to ask for additional information. So next slide, please. So for our agenda for today, we want to cover the interim final rule, the guidance clarification, expenditure justification criteria and requirements. We are still receiving information from Treasury, from NACO has been an excellent resource. Also, recently, Senator Sinema had a session with cities and counties. And so each time there is an event that has information that's presented or shared, we benefit from that. We pass it on. We use that as we create our own internal plans. We also want to go over our staff activities in preparation, which will include the county timeline and work plan. And so this is, of course, where we are going to provide to you some of the milestones that are going to happen this summer, looking also at the timeline and the process overall. We also have the opportunity to provide comment through Treasury for the interim final rule. And then, of course, we also have the county budget that we all participated in creating a few weeks ago. We've got the tentative budget that's scheduled for June 8th. But you'll all recall that we put a lot of placeholders in this year's budget that are predicated on ARP funding. And so there's a process that we'll be going through currently and now in the future to make sure that we're able to build the budget with that in mind. And then the ARP process overall. So next slide. And I'm going to turn this over to Erica.
Thank you so much, Steve. Board of Supervisors and Chair Ryan. So the next section that I'm going to talk to you about today is really digging in a little bit more to the justification requirement as it pertains to the different funding categories. So likely you will remember those 5 primary funding categories that the American Rescue Plan identifies as eligible for use of those funds that we'll be receiving. Ultimately, for this brief overview here, we're going to separate it out by the categories that require just the standard justification requirements, which is ultimately making sure that our projects are in alignment with those that are identified as eligible use of funding. And then there's also some opportunity for more broad-reaching programs and projects, but those require some additional justification. So the replacement of public sector revenue loss, premium pay for essential workers, and then water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure investment are the 3 categories as part of the ARPA funding that only require those standard justification requirements. I'll go into detail what those include. But then when we look at the support for the public health response to COVID-19 and addressing the negative economic impacts of the pandemic, those include some opportunities for, again, that farther reaching health disparity and equity focused projects and programs that would require some additional justification. So as we look at those 3 categories that only require the standard justification, when we look at lost revenue, as long as we are able to calculate internally that we have entity-wide lost revenue, and that's what finance is currently working on, using the methodology that is outlined within the interim final rule, then there's no additional justification required. If we do have that lost revenue, we can use those funds for provision of government services here in the county. So that's the least restrictive category of funding if we can prove that we do have that lost revenue. And we can, again, use that for provision of government services here. If we do pursue premium pay for essential workers, then the primary requirement for justification there is that we identify and confirm that the people who are receiving that pay do meet that essential worker status. And so in the interim final rule, it does identify that essential workers are any individuals who have performed regular in-person interactions or regular physical handling of items that were also handled by others. And that includes county staff as well as folks who work in the community. And so if we do that, funding can start on January 27th onward. We can do that retroactive pay, but that we just have to confirm their eligibility. The one additional component where we would need some additional written justification would be if the workers, the essential workers, make their wage is 150% of either Arizona's average annual wage or Coconino County's average annual wage, and we have to take whichever of those is higher. Ultimately, that is kind of a theme throughout the entire act, that we're really focusing our services on folks who were disproportionately impacted or who were exceptionally vulnerable to the impacts of this pandemic. So that's the rationale behind that additional justification if we do provide that premium pay for essential workers. And the third category that requires the standard justification of alignment with eligible projects is the water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure category. So again, we have clearly articulated eligibility requirements through the Clean Water State Revolving Fund and the Drinking Water State Revolving Fund, as well as broadband requirements for what counties are eligible and what speeds we would need to implement for those broadband requirements if we do pursue that category. So now as we move into the other categories of funding that then require additional justification, that is ultimately the public health response and then addressing those negative economic impacts. So in the interim final rule, they do identify that the funds must respond to the disease itself, or again, those negative economic disruptions that have resulted from or been exacerbated by the public health emergency. But within those 2 categories, there is flexibility allowed to serve disproportionately impacted communities. Again, as long as that justification is provided. So in the interim final rule, they do identify qualified census tracts, as you'll remember from the last presentation, as one potential metric that can be used. And I'll get into the details of what that looks like. But then ultimately, there's also room for the provision of other metrics and data to provide that justification. But at the end of the day, we have to just prove the disproportionate impact of COVID or that increased vulnerability for that population. And so as you received in your board packet, and thanks to our work with HHS, they identified the social vulnerability index as a potential metric that we could explore using within the county to prove or to identify additional communities outside of the qualified census tracts that would likely be eligible for those equity-based services. And the CDC Social Vulnerability Index, we score as a county 0.71 out of a total of 1 possible points that then indicates a moderate to high level of vulnerability. And so moving into, I want to explain a little bit more about the Social Vulnerability Index and why we do believe that could be a very valuable tool for us in providing that justification. Ultimately, this index does indicate that relative vulnerability of every US Census tract here in the US. And it also ties back to the HUD QCT data as well. However, as you can see, there's 4 themes and multiple different data points that the CDC pulls together to capture this. It provides that additional level of detail for us in viewing our different communities and populations that we'd be serving, because the qualified census tracts are primarily income-based, but as you can see, there are these 15 different data points that make up those 4 themes and then lead to that overall vulnerability score. And the CDC has recommended the use of SVI data and tools to inform jurisdictions as we plan the COVID-19 response and hiring strategies as well. Our Health and Human Services has used SVI data in previous grants that they've been awarded. So we do have that expertise and have a connection with an individual within the Department of Health Services at the state level who is very experienced in drilling down that data. So right now we have, and we can pull the information for the county as a whole, but we also have the capacity to potentially drill that down to more specific census tracts and pull that apart to help understand what are the different communities and how can this information be used to justify some of these services for us. The one limitation that we do want to point out is that this Social Vulnerability Index does use 2018 data. So that is potentially a limitation, but on the grand scheme of things for the data that we do have available, it is relatively recent. So again, those 4 themes, the way that the Social Vulnerability Index works is that we get that overall score, that 0.71 out of 1, but then we also get scores on each of those 4 different levels. And you receive the PDF with the different maps and the overview of the Social Vulnerability Index for your review. So that just helps us to understand how we can pull apart and look at these different factors and how they might relate to some potential programs that we could be implementing. So I wanted to also then, now that we've talked about some of that additional justification, drill down into the eligible programs and the justification that would be needed for those. So when we look at the public health response, again, there's no additional justification needed for activities that are directly tied to COVID mitigation or COVID effects within Coconino County. So the examples that are listed in the interim final rule include prevention and mitigation of COVID-19, COVID treatment, enhancing behavioral and mental health services, supporting our local health and safety workforce, and then improving the design and execution of health and public health programs. And again, just to refer back to those qualified census tracts, ultimately the Treasury will presume if we offer certain types of services within qualified census tracts, that those services are directly responding to the health disparities and the public health disparities that are part of, that have impacted those communities. But we're also able to deliver those services to other households, businesses, and populations that are disproportionately impacted. And that's where the additional justification comes in. So those specific services that would require and that are designed to address the disparities in public health, those include providing community health workers, public benefit navigators, housing services, lead paint remediation, housing insecurity services, implementing evidence-based community violence intervention programs, addressing the impacts of COVID-19 on education services, and then child health or welfare services. So again, if we were to provide any of those eligible services, and the interim final rule does make clear that these are examples of eligible services, but that is not limited, right? We're not limited to only providing those. But if we do deliver those services within qualified census tracts, then they are automatically assumed to be eligible. If we deliver those in other regions, then we just need to provide that additional justification. So as we move into the negative economic impacts and the justification criteria there, it's very similar to the overview with the public health response as well. So there's this list of eligible services that do not require additional justification. So if we provide assistance to households, so that's a very expansive list. We can provide food assistance, rent, mortgage, or utility assistance, counseling, legal aid, cash assistance, home repairs. There's a pretty expansive list there that would be eligible services. We can also provide services to small businesses and nonprofits, aid to impacted industries. We can rehire local government staff to pre-pandemic levels. And that does not require that we're only rehiring folks who were laid off or furloughed. It really is a snapshot of our staff level as of January 27th, 2020. And we can then use these funds to rehire to that level at this point. We can also provide assistance to unemployed workers and improve the efficacy of economic relief programs. So that includes data analysis, targeted consumer outreach, impact evaluations, and a few other different components as well. And so again, these services, there's no additional justification required. If we move into services that, again, serve disproportionately impacted communities, if we offer those in a qualified census tract, they're automatically eligible. If we provide them outside, then we would need to use metrics to show that disproportionate impact. So some of those services include investing in neighborhoods, addressing educational disparities as well, and promoting healthy childhood environments. And there is, again, additional detail in the interim final rule for all of these programs. But the theme that we'll see is that all of these services, the goal is to identify a need and then propose a program and use those funds to respond to that need. And so as long as we can justify those needs and align those with one of these different funding categories, then to our understanding, they should be eligible. So with that, I will turn it over to Lucinda to cover the ARPA immediate timeline.
Great, thank you, Eric. And I just want to reiterate that we are working with Michelle Oxland from the HHS, and she has this contact with ADHS, and she's working with her contact. Now we can drill down and get more specific information within the county. So it's been, they have this tool online, but we're not finding that it's generating the level of information that we would like. So hopefully that individual can really help us drill down. Because I know, if you look at that overall map that was sent out, I mean, you can see, the areas, but there isn't much detail to it in the condition it's in now. And you can drill down more online, but what we really want to get to is getting some of the data behind those numbers as well to use that for our justification. So we'll be continuing to work on that and get that to you. So in terms of some of the immediate things we're working on right now is continuing to review the guidance as it comes out from the Treasury. And we're in a process now. In fact, a request will be going out to the departments, again, surveying the departments in terms of what impacts have they experienced from COVID-19. And then that document that we shared with you last time that NACO produced that provided that good overview of the American Rescue Plan Act guidance that we're asking them to review that and then provide information to us, fill out this survey that would tell us what kind of impacts did they experience. And then by reviewing that guidance, are there gaps in that guidance? And of course, one that we spoke to last time that we're pursuing specifically is with the criminal justice system. Because we do know there is a case bubble, and we need to get that case bubble. We'll be going through a process to quantify what is that case bubble, working with those departments in the criminal justice arena. But we've already submitted in information and a request to Treasury to consider that as an impact because it hasn't been acknowledged yet that there is, and it appears that they're going to be modifying that, and that they will be, they're taking this input that the counties are providing very seriously. Again, as Steve noted, NACO's having serving a really important role there in terms of getting this guidance cleared up. So part of it is our comment submissions back. What are those areas that are not referenced in the guidance that we believe are legitimate impacts that should be considered for funding? And again, that date for those comments is no later than, it's through July 9th, but we're trying to get those in as we understand those. And then another activity that's going on right now, has been mentioned before, is this lost revenue calculation that Siri and her team are undertaking right now. So to determine if we can identify any lost revenue. And again, that's important because that has the fewest requirements for justification in terms of the use of those funds. So on to the next slide there, Erica. And so then the next steps over this summer, I think what we see is really focusing on one, working with you on the principles and that program framework of which we provided last week. That overall program, again, being it with more of the guidance, we hope to have even more, I'll say a little bit more direction in terms of what that potential program framework for the investments will be. And, developing we've got a pretty good timeline. We sent out to you a sheet that shows the action plan for this summer, and it's got, a number of actions there. This isn't necessarily, and many of these are going on concurrently. Many of these items are going on concurrently. It isn't just necessarily in order of importance or time frame, but there's a great deal going on to do the process. And we'll come back and Steve will talk more about the budget process, but as you know, we have tentative budget on June 8th and then final on the 25th. And we're also, another exercise that we're going through right now is gathering input from other counties and cities and entities that are receiving these ARPA funds. How are they going about making their decisions? How are they interpreting the guidance and so forth? And so that can inform our process as well. The next slide here. So you can see we're going through and developing a refinement of the county's justifications for expenditures with these funds, creation of the program and category kind of alignment, that framework, overall funding framework that we've discussed before. We started out with something that was very broad. We've needed to narrow that given the guidance, but still have that prepared and of course have it informed by the continuing guidance. We're in a process now of aligning service improvement requests or funding requests that came in through our budget process, the county's budget process, with those ARPA categories. Some things may be very evident and very clear that they could be funded under ARPA, and other things are less clear. So we're going through and kind of doing a categorization of those now, and then identifying internal service projects. And I think there's two areas that we're focusing on, kind of three areas that we're focusing on in terms of potential internal projects or service funding opportunities. One is this criminal justice related ARPA plan development. And I know Steve has a plan. He can share that with you in terms of how to facilitate the development of that plan, but also working with HHS, given the public health element of the ARPA funds, and working with them. As you're aware, they've been very successful at receiving a number of grants and looking at, where is that grant money? Some is going to internal and direct services that we're providing, of course, like vaccinations. Others funds are going to go out through nonprofits to provide direct services across the county. And so really understanding, and our intention on the next time we come back to you on ARPA is to have HHS share more of that information. What are the current grants that they have? What grants are they pursuing? And then what do they see as the gaps that could then be potentially met through ARPA? So in effect, they'd be developing a plan and a proposal for ARPA funds specifically to support the COVID-related, activities that they've been pursuing and will need to continue to pursue. With regard to the Local Assistance and Tribal Consistency Fund, we've kind of referred to this as the Public Lands Counties funds that come through ARPA. At this point, what we're being told by the Treasury is that guidance won't be forthcoming necessarily very soon. It sounds like they keep saying later this year, and that's about the level of detail we've gotten so far, but we're tracking that just so you're aware of that. And we don't have any guidance at all on that yet, whether that's going to be similar to the kind of guidance we would typically get through Secure Rural Schools, or if it's going to be more general, we don't know yet. And then starting to align those projects so that when you come back in August, I think we're ready to start having, really robust discussions about considerations of specific internal projects, and then starting to define what does it look like in terms of our relationship with potentially funding external projects as well, but really helping to define the internal first so you have that scope. And we know that we're building in that budget flexibility. So, but knowing that you have that ability to define what types of investments you may want to make internally first, and then looking externally. So, and starting down that path. So with that, I think return it over to Steve.
Thank you. Thank you, Lucinda. And a couple of other slides just to wrap it up. So currently, of course, the Treasury interim final rule public comment period is open. And so we'll be formulating a position to submit to the process. I think also this morning's discussion on the resolution through NACO will be helpful. It also provides added focus on the issue and some of the gaps that we see. And so that's some progress. County priorities, as Lucinda said, identify gaps in detail within the rule and to request additional clarification, which is, of course, we're happening right now. Working with departments to identify programs and priorities within the county structure, within the county organization that would require additional information from the interim final rule regarding eligibility. And so, as Lucinda just said, we provide a lot of services. We have a pretty wide range of services that are provided, but to identify those services that may have a connection for our qualifying funding is what we're looking at doing right now. And then, of course, submit all of the questions, as we talked about, to Treasury by the closing date of July 9th. The process, communicating internally to develop questions, that we've got a survey that's going out to all the departments, asking them to help us identify what are the programs, as we indicated, that could have an ARP connection. And then, of course, again, coordinating our submission and comments to the Treasury Department. And then the final slide. As I began, we talked about how important the ARP discussion was when we were going through this year's budget. And of course, there are implications, and of course, we have to making sure that we're integrating all of the guidance from Treasury in everything we're doing. The budget process is happening. We're adopting the tentative budget on the 8th. Perspective clarification is happening. And we all know that as we were building the budget for this year, we did rely on ARP quite a bit to look at some of the increments or the SIRs that were being proposed. And so that's an important part that we want to consider because it does create some budget flexibility that we probably have not had the opportunity to work with in the past. And of course, the broader process is going to be part of that as well. And so, Mr. Chair, we are concluded, but again, here to answer questions. Again, it's a work in progress. Each time we come, we provide a little more information, but after your summer break, the goal is to start hitting it pretty hard with regard to identifying programs, projects, opportunities, and providers within the entire county. Thanks.
So it gets more complicated, but we'll work our way through it. So let's go to the board and see what questions or comments that we have. I saw Geronimo pop up first.
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you for once again giving us more layers and more detail so we can have a little more depth of knowledge. I was curious to know, have we identified which census tracts are eligible in our county for certain funds? We talked about that last time, and I was wondering if we had those tracts available or identified. And Steve, you're muted, so can't hear you.
Darn, I recorded the kitty for doing that. Yes, Erica, can you show those?
Yeah, and actually, along that line, Erica, you had referred to maps. I don't believe we received any maps, so maybe you guys just have them. So.
Yeah, there was an email sent out this morning, apologize for being late, but that had the materials in it, and she can pull it up as well. So in terms of the qualifying census tracts, it's a pretty limited definition because they specifically come from Housing and Urban Development, from HUD. That's a HUD driven criteria, I guess is how I would say. But we have the opportunity to use this broader definition and under this social vulnerability index, which were our expectation based upon what we know about it to date is that that's going to give us more flexibility. It better captures, because it's capturing, from our understanding, the qualifying census tracts are solely based on income, whereas that vulnerability index is based on 15 different criteria, and it had those 4 categories and the 15 different criteria. So it provides you with a lot more flexibility for justification, and it allows you to look at a community, I think, in a much more robust way versus a very, very narrow way that HUD looks at it. So, we're trying to explore everything so that we have a better understanding about what is the methodology that we can use. But CDC is promoting this social vulnerability index, and and the housing index is incorporated in that as well. So it captures, and there's an actual crosswalk to the census tracts as well, but it's also going to give us more flexibility. So,
and Mr. Chair, if I could ask Erica, can you zoom in on this one a little bit more? Right there, probably one more. Good, okay. So you can see, of course, the configuration of this census tract. It's an odd census tract because a lot of it doesn't have a lot of population in it. In fact, it's just odd. Honestly, I can't really figure out what the qualifying population within that tract would be. Of course, possibly because it has the entire university in it. Certainly has certain areas within the south side, but if you go over to east, it doesn't even address Sunnyside. So that's why when we look at the qualifying census tract, that's probably not going to be our focal point. I think the broader one is going to be the social vulnerability index, because that's a broader scale. But before we leave this slide, Eric, can you put up the county census tract, the qualifying census tracts for the county, so the rest of the board will be able to see what the entire county looks like. Okay. And so there you'll see, of course, basically northeast, but it also goes to the west. But it doesn't even have, again, to the west, it's just, it doesn't have, Williams is not in it. Seligman, well, that's part of ours. Much of Navajo is on there as well, but not Page or Lachey. And so those are the areas that, again, we would not be using this per se as our sole guide. It would be basically another consideration that in the areas that have the designation as a qualified census tract, the level of justification is very minimal. Just being in that tract alone would kind of qualify. But again, that would not, as I said before, that would not be we would not be using this as our guide, because we know that the need is much more broadly located. And then from there, Mr. Chair, we can go, unless there's questions from board members on the qualifying census tracts, we can go to the vulnerability maps that are included in your packet.
So Geronimo, you started with that question. I'm sure the board members have some, but these other vulnerability maps might play into it as well. Why don't we go?
It makes sense that that if this is very restrictive and in some low populated areas, that we focus our attention on the areas where we have more flexibility and can serve more people. So that makes sense. Thank you for clarifying that.
I have a question if I can, Chair.
Yeah, go ahead.
I did get the handouts for the PowerPoint, but these maps were these. I don't remember seeing them. Were they delivered to our offices or?
No, yeah, we don't have them.
Okay, good. I was going to say, wait a minute, I haven't seen these. Okay, so that.
So Erica, can you bring up the social? Here we go. So these are the maps that we shared with
yes.
you.
We do have those.
The one on the left shows the county and it shows the index applied, but there's very little refinement. And that's what we're trying to get at, is how do we get some more refinement? And then on the right is those individual components of the index, the socioeconomic status, et cetera. And it shows you some of those. So depending upon what type of services, you might be able to use the specific theme map for the justification, or you might use your overall social vulnerability of the 0.71, so we've got to get a better understanding of this overall to see how do we structure that justification in effect, right?
Yeah. All right, thanks. That answers my question. Yes, it is very confusing. And when the first map you just showed us, you're right. I have no idea how they drew that, how they came across with that. So, yeah, Geronimo, I don't think you have any in that area that's even in your district, and I'm not sure I have any in mine. It's just weird. I'm not sure how they came up with it, but interesting.
Yeah, I'll probably hop on this one also. Actually, I called Lucinda, asked her a question about that as it related to some of the infrastructure. And they're watching past maps and federal eligibility. They lump populations together. So you could have a very vulnerable population, but because they're lumped in with another more affluent population, it dilutes that. So that's a certain factor that shifts around. When we got into our conversation, an afterthought I had is we might have a vulnerable population, but they're not in ownership. And so that could skew, there's a vulnerable population, but say we're talking about infrastructure, even so, there might be a single owner associated with handling of that. How do we look at those populations? So the fact that we are attempting to look at different potential criteria, and that maybe we can help validate, put our comments in on, that would, maybe help us serve those populations we know that really need, but aren't being served. Look at the Highway 64 corridor is a great example. That's where we're bubbling a lot of our low income population on the west side. Ashworth, absolutely, but also Highway 64. And it may be a population that's come in since. So if they go just by the census tracts or the data, that's a piece that we need to think about. But anyway, Geronimo was on the question route, but you guys wanted to show these maps. Do you want to talk about these maps first?
Not at this point, because I think we've already covered that.
Made the point. Geronimo, are you done with your questions, or do you want to keep going?
No, actually I am. I appreciate those maps give different perspectives, and I think it's going to take a little time to kind of digest them and see how those maps can be used more effectively. I do see that there's a little bit of confusion still. It's not quite clear how those maps fit out, and that's why I would think we'd want some time to kind of digest and let it marinate a little bit, so that way we can see how best we can utilize it to justify the projects we want to do. So thank you.
All right. Okay, who's up next? I wasn't rolling through any particular numbers. Just Judy, you just bubbled up. Go for it.
Yeah. Lucinda, you had mentioned something about there may be some projects that might qualify that you might see, and then you were still uncertain about some of them. What were some of those projects that you thought that might be something that we can work with?
Yeah, what I was referencing is the request for funding that came in through the county departments and the budget process. There were certainly some things potentially like under Health and Human Services that were COVID related supports that could potentially, fall under that category of public health service, right? I mean, I think that's pretty one that's maybe a bit more obvious. Another one that's there that we're drilling down into is expansion of the sewer system at Fort Tuthill, because under the infrastructure, it has sewer, water, and stormwater projects as well. Broadband, although broadband has its own set of criteria. Mm-hmm. But like for clean water, for the water related and sewer related, it's pushing us back to this criteria related to the Clean Water and Drinking Water Acts and the funding criteria for those types of projects, which may not cover, we're pursuing those through ADEQ right now. We're waiting to get that information, but we may find that, for example, it doesn't include expansion. It may be only for replacement of existing systems. So, we're going to have to get that and find out, okay, what's the criteria for that specifically? So it's drilling down. So some of those may be opportunities and may others have no relationship to COVID, and it may be very difficult to make the connection, right? Unless we do identify lost revenues, and we can use those lost revenue calculation, right? Okay, and then the other thing is that I'm really glad that you're reaching out to other areas that kind of for some little guidance. I know you guys can do the job, but I think it's very important that if one's doing it, then we can do those, and we're in compliance, with the dollars that might be coming down. So I'm glad that you're doing that. So good job with your staff. Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Next up, Patrice, you're up on screen. Do you want to?
Oh no, I think this is very interesting, and I'm going to look to get more guidance from the county manager and the departments on this, because it's still clear as mud. So and so I look forward to getting some more guidance on this. And I'm hopeful that there is some specific funding in here. As we've been hearing from our justice departments, the cost that they have incurred and the backlog they have incurred because of COVID. I'm certainly hopeful that when we drill down into what this means, that there's monies available to handle that. And I know we looked at it in terms of our budget process, kind of kept it aside, if you will, in hopes that some of this ARP monies can be used for that as we move forward. So it's always good to get the information as you get it, and I look forward to more information. So thanks.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, Lucinda, when you were talking about the, it might be current systems, hopefully not. I mean, when you look at the need out there, if you look at vulnerable populations and, whether it's dealing with septic or it's dealing with water, we know we have those needs out there, but how do we quantify and how do they restrict? Can we come up with the right rationale that they might accept, that we get into the guidance, maybe a key piece. Let's see, Lena, I didn't turn to you yet. Do you have any comments?
This is when we usually talk about summer youth programs. I think that summer youth programs are important. I'd like to look into that, especially when you think about the mental health aspect for youth, young adults. How do we reach out to them? Mental health for children, especially in those impact areas where I guess I should back up here. I know the schools are they get their own ARP. Is that the case, or is our dollars also going to the schools? How does that work? Where is the line on that? But I know that we do our summer youth programs, but where, because I'm thinking about school-age children.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, so K-12, community colleges, universities are all receiving separate shares of the funding. I don't know, I can't tell you exactly what each district is receiving, but all of the public agencies and schools are receiving a version of the funding. I don't know, again, what their guidelines are, if they're separate or different from local government, but yeah, all the public agencies are receiving that.
I guess that's where we have to learn more about what can we use this money for, because we talk about the social isolation. We talk about veterans that are impact with their mental health, housing issues. How do we accomplish that? Our workforce development, we've already had an impact on our economy before the impact, and now we see it in our budget. And so how do we offset some of that? I know I've been working with Chris, with the businesses, the community. We did a study with NAU, and now how do we take these dollars and continue that work into entrepreneurship, workforce development trainings. We heard some from the CCC partnership, but maybe there's other partnerships that could be accomplished. And how do we do that? And I guess those are questions that still need to be answered. And what is the disparity out there, and where do we reach? How do we reach people, and what is it that is the best way to approach this? We have such a vast landscape, and when we think about racial equity, what does that mean when it comes to us? And what does it mean when it means that for our community, the underserved, what does that mean for us? I think these are things that we really need to pay attention to. We know we need good jobs. We know that we are at disadvantage for bringing in huge companies. So we really have to look at the small businesses and entrepreneurs. And what does that mean? So how do we accomplish that? I think there's a lot of unanswered questions that we really need to just, work with our communities, and that's what you're doing. These are just thoughts that are just popping into my head. And then, we have our library system. They've been closed. They are the hub of our communities. Many of them are, well, actually all of them. And are these dollars able to help our libraries? Maybe we can provide mental health counseling through that. I don't know. But these are things I think we need to explore.
And Mr. Chair, I did have a conversation with the library district a couple of weeks ago, and they will be coming to the board in August or September. They have some unique ideas on how to increase the outreach to the more remote rural areas of the county through kind of a hybrid of the bookmobile, but I'm not going to steal their thunder. But again, they're looking at how do we get to the most rural areas and provide resources through the library district. So that is definitely part of the discussion.
And Mr. Chair, I have one more. Is there since these are one-time fundings, sometimes we don't have all the answers, and we wish we had some dollars to do a study, maybe, and we don't have our numbers. Should we take some of this dollars and do a study of some sort that's going to really help us in the future, with the CJCC and others, questions that we have, and maybe a study with these dollars might be able to help us to move forward better.
I'll note that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Neat idea. How do we tap the right information and resources associated with it? Actually, a couple of that I played around with in my head, but maybe it's down in the weeds, but it was kind of where you were heading, Lena, is that question associated with schools. Does that include programs that are outside their regular operations, such as, fax program? Look at how many, kids that use fax program and parents that use that they're vulnerable population associated with that. Kinder Camp is a different type where it's looking at the development of a brain and while also working with the populations that may be to some degree underserved. If they aren't covered by schools, it might beg that question of these might be similar type of populations, but a different area that may not be in the health areas that we talked about, but are on the edges associated with it.
Well, the other that we've been talking about for some time, or I've been bringing up with the Parks and Recreation, is, linking all the trails throughout the whole county. You go to other counties and you can get one map, and there's trails of all sorts that are connected with all lands within that county, really promoting tourism. And we're a tourism community, and how do we do that? Maybe that's a way, to accomplish a big task like that, which we've been told that we don't have the staff or the time to do it. Maybe we can hire an outside to do all of that, since we're a tourism community, how do we promote that? What does promoting tourism and one-time funding mean? And that is boosting our own county economy. And we're always talking about how we're a one-night stop, and how do we make it where we are not just a one-night stop, that we're able to keep people here a little bit longer, so that they can, we can benefit, our communities can benefit from that. That alone promotes, education, and also promotes jobs.
All right. Others from the board?
I have a comment to make. I think as there's all the staff are filtering through topic, I think they will be able to come back and say, these are things we can do and can't do. So I think just kind of think outside the box, just like what Lena is bringing up, so that, you know, what can we do? And I think would be, because right now there's still some unclear, you know, questions that we have. And so I think we're very important for that. And I know that, you know, the staff know exactly what the needs are, and also the county manager. So I just want to say that I think it's just kind of wait until, you know, everything comes together, you know, for the staff, and then have them look at it and work at it, and then the end, you know, give us some information as to what can and cannot be used for.
All right.
Yeah, we definitely know there needs to be a much stronger connection than we had originally anticipated back to COVID and the impacts of COVID. So
Yes, lots more work as we continue to mine it down on it. Really appreciate all the work that's gone in. I'm not seeing any other comments from board on this. Steve, do you need anything else from us?
No, Mr. Chair, we'll be back in a couple of weeks to wrap it up and provide more clarity. But again, during the month of July, we'll definitely be getting more and more of the framework put together so that we can start launching into some specific discussions on issue areas and areas of need when you come back from break. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, again, thank everybody for it. Really good job, Erica. You're not the only one out there, but really good job. Really appreciate it.
Awesome.
On that, and the rest of the staff. So how are we doing? Do we need a 5-minute break? I would suggest that we have staff that are locked to computers and they need to do a dash and that kind of thing. So why don't we take 5 minutes? Yeah. And so I have, let's come back about 3:46 roughly.
Thanks.
All right. See if who we have back here. Steve. Let's see. There's Patrice.
Colleen, can you promote Kim Busselman? Oh, she's here. Oh, she's not. She's in attendees.
And then
In 2 seconds.
Thank you.
other board members, can you show yourselves just so we can see that you're here? There's Geronimo. We've got a quorum. Just another minute here or so for, there's Judy. And then another minute for Lena. We're doing okay on the schedule, knock on wood. Okay. So the next item that we're looking at is presentation, discussion, and update and possible actions regarding the county response to COVID-19 pandemic. And so as we progress through this, and we'll see where we are with the latest. So Steve, I'll go ahead. Why don't we go ahead and start, get it started.
Okay.
Item 29 on the agenda. I'll turn it over to you.
Thanks, Mrs. Chair. I'm going to say a few words and then turn over to Kim for a short update on COVID. Of course, a week ago today, the board took the action to lift the proclamation on face masks. And of course, that happened. Today's actually the effective date, June 1st. And so the effective day is today. What's happening here within the organization is we, of course, have been communicating with leadership with regard to some of the messaging that we're proposing. We'll also be holding 2 town halls next week with employees, and also having a survey sent out to employees to gather input on feedback from employees as we begin to work towards a July 1st pre-COVID status time. So that'll happen on or about July 1st. A lot of communication happening. We did have a smaller meeting this morning with employees that are representing departments on the reentry team, and received some good feedback on some of the concerns that employees are having. But certainly, I think the biggest takeaway from the meeting this morning was that the last 14 months has really brought the teams together in an fortunate way, if you want to look at it that way. And then how can we continue to maintain the sense of togetherness? And even though we were not able to be together, the team it feels in some cases that we're a little more together than we were. So I think some good takeaways, keeping our pulse on the organization, making sure that we're being aware of what comments and questions and concerns our team has. And as I said last week, and I say it today, we always want to acknowledge the many team members who have been at the front counter, on the front lines, doing the public's work face to face since the beginning of the pandemic. So credit goes to them. So again, work in progress with our teams. Getting more towards July 1st, where we return to pre-COVID conditions. But again, that's going to be a process, work in progress, if you will. There's not a hard, fast date that we must have everyone doing everything on a certain date, because that would be, I think, unrealistic, and in some ways not accommodating to all of the folks that we have here at the county. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Kim, unless you have questions related to employee communications. But with that, off to Kim.
All right.
All right, well, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Ryan, Vice Chair Fowler, and supervisors. Brief overview today, just to make sure that the board is aware of kind of current operations and current status of things. So I'll go ahead and get started just by way of our basic update on where we sit with respect to our numbers. and vaccinations. Current transmission level as of our a week ago, Saturday's date, still in the moderate category as associated with the ADHS benchmarks. Our incident rate is down to 14.8 per 100,000, which is great. This continues to absolutely go in the correct direction, that we are monitoring and tracking. Our percent positivity has been in the minimal. It's now down to 2.2%, and our COVID-like illness even below 1% at 0.6. Our vaccination rates as of May 28th, still have the state of Arizona just under 46% complete total, and then Coconino County, we're just under 49%, Maricopa at 30.5%, and Pima at that 42.4%. So we continue to make progress chipping away at that, and I'll speak more to that in just a minute. If we just go to the next slide, this is just the graphic that you all have been very used to seeing over the course of the pandemic, and just a good visual for where our numbers have been in the last 3 weeks in particular, as they continue to go down. And we'll be getting, as we go into tomorrow and Thursday, the finalizations of the week ending May 29th number, and hopeful that those are staying below 10. I don't know that I can guarantee that because, as we've talked about before, the numbers tend to fluctuate a bit more when we're in the smaller numbers, but either way, we are absolutely continuing to trend in the right direction. And what excites me is we're getting close to that less than 10 per week total. That is also really a benchmark for us. So hopefully we see ourselves getting there in the near future. So with that, I wanted to give a pretty big update, just so the board is aware. We obviously work closely with the state and the NAU regional pod at NAU. And the state is planning to demobilize all of their mass vaccination sites by the end of June, with the idea that, pop-ups at this point in time are seemingly getting more people vaccinated than necessarily having large mass vaccination sites. With that being said, however, I do want to clarify that at the NAU pod site, especially with the change to Pfizer authorization of 12 and older, the past couple weeks have seen, well over 100, 150 individuals being vaccinated per day that site is open. And they did just transition last week to a Wednesday through Saturday timeframe. So they are closed Sunday, Monday, Tuesdays. And the plan at this point in time is for the last date of on-site vaccinations to be Saturday, June 26th. And I reference that on-site vaccination, that would be a planned demobilization date for the NAU pod site. However, the Premier Medical Group, who is the group that has been providing all the staffing for the vaccinators at that pod location, did receive one of the state contracts for mobile vaccine events. And we are working very closely with PMG in terms of coordinating our pop-up vaccine events across the county. One, to allow us to tap into their workforce, which we desperately need in order to spread out around the county, and also make sure that we have ultimately, at most events, all 3 different vaccination types available. And I'll speak a little bit more about that as I'm giving an update. So that's kind of the biggest news coming off of this last week, that date being identified for the demobilization of the state pod. So speaking of all the pop-up vaccination events, I know as the board, you've been receiving from both Trish and Alex as these flyers are being produced, events are being planned, we're pushing those out. Of course, our joint information team, which now consists of basically Alex and Trish, are continuing to push out all of these flyers and other information on social media. Just a couple of highlights for this week and next, and this just kind of shows you the diversity of which we're trying to make arrangements to do different events. and then ultimately have many, many more in the works. But just pointing out, we continue our weekly Wednesday clinics here at HHS. Just by note, to give you an idea, last Wednesday at our clinic, it's from 10 to 1. So for 3 hours, we administered 39 doses of vaccine last Wednesday. So that's pretty significant considering that small window. We had held a workforce event at Nestle Purina over a course of 2 days last week. And while we didn't get near the turnout we had hoped, we did vaccinate a total of 19 between those 2 days, crossing 2 shifts. And then at the county courthouse event on Friday this past week, there were, now I just lost my number, I had it written down, 21 that were administered between a 2-hour window last week at the courthouse. So we're chipping away at this, which is the point I wanted to make. Tomorrow, the team will be up in Fredonia at the Fredonia WIC office between 11 and 1, providing vaccines there. All 3 vaccine types are going to be available. So hopefully we get a good turnout there, as this will be the first time that Pfizer vaccine has been available directly from any of our efforts in that area of the county. Also then the team will be at a work site event at the Grand Canyon North Rim Lodge on Friday the 4th, providing vaccinations to the workforce there and their families. And then on this coming Friday, which happens to also coincide with First Friday Art Walk, this is very intentional. The times at our courthouse location were changed to 4:30 to 6:30 p.m. In hopes of getting a lot of that walking crowd. And all 3 vaccine types will be available at that event as well. And then on Saturday, there's actually 2 different events going on in the Ponderosa Fire District, one in Parks and at the fire department there, and then one in Belmont. And then the following week, I just wanted to point this out for you all. The following week, there are some events that have actually been arranged in collaboration with the Housing Authority in the city to get into some of those housing developments, including Seiler Homes on the 8th, Cogdill Center, Brandon Homes on the 9th, and then on the 10th, which it didn't make that slide because I had just caught it, on the 10th will be the Clark Homes public housing location, also from 4 to 6 p.m. So we're just really looking at ways in which we can identify different places and locations, while at the same time really wanting, and I guess this is my ask of the board, and it will continue to be the ask of all of our partner entities, is making sure that we're getting that word out into all the circles of where we're going to be providing those vaccination events to maximize the number of people that we can vaccinate while we're there. So there's a whole list of things going on there. Really, this is kind of my last slide. I know Steve touched already on the reentry information. Today was really more intended to just give you a brief overview of some of the things in the works. I know tonight, and Erica, you can go ahead and I think go off of that slide as well, because I think Steve already spoke to all that. And if you just want to take the presentation down, I just was going to finish up with tonight. I know Supervisor Horstman and myself are going to be joining the city meeting when they get to their COVID item. The city council had specifically asked and wanted some information about the Big Shots business promotional program, and then also an opportunity that I'll just touch on, this continuing public health promotion. That is really where our focus is as we go forward over the course of the next few months. Certainly working with the schools, we just put out a survey we didn't put the survey together, it had been put together by ADHS, and they're still working on getting it out, but they told us we could go ahead and send it to our school partners, which was important to me since school gets out in less than 2 weeks, to solicit feedback from them about how we can work together in establishing vaccination-related clinics for their school-age children, whether it's over the summer or then, of course, as we head later in the summer back to school time. And the staff is also working on a very large back to school fair with the intent of having vaccinations coupled with other items of need as we start to bring kiddos back to school through the summer and planning for those events. So lots of things in the works. I know there's additional conversations to be had about some other exciting opportunities and places to be and to provide vaccine and to continue to really do what I think is important at this point, is meeting people where they're at and providing those opportunity to have vaccine be available when they're ready to be vaccinated. So with that, and I'm happy to entertain any questions.
Excuse me. Okay, questions and comments from board members. Going to be there with Kim tonight, so we'll go to Supervisor Horseman first. Patrice.
Yes, I'm looking forward to tag teaming with Kim. She also has got most of the information, but I'm really glad to be there to help. So I'm really looking forward to that. And I was going to do this on roundtable, but I might as well do it now because it's exciting. The Be a Big Shot vaccine incentive campaign is in full swing, and I want to thank Kim and Trish Lees and Alex Fisher for their great job on developing the program, getting some wonderful materials out that we are sharing right now with our business community. The Flagstaff Downtown Business Alliance Board, and I think our county manager was actually present during this, voted unanimously last week to endorse and to participate in this campaign, and followed up with Terry Medeska, who is overseeing it and signing up the businesses through the county's website, and we will work with them for them to start their campaign out to the downtown businesses and to provide some incentives. So it's very exciting. We have other businesses that we are in the process of talking with and hopefully signing up. And I think that it is one way to add to our vaccine totals and encourage our community to be big shots. So that's really exciting news. Secondly, and Kim, I know you and I are going to be talking about this too, but the Flagstaff Downtown Business Alliance, which has the agreement for the use of Heritage Square, has offered space at Heritage Square with you and the counties coordinating, if you are able and willing to do so, that we can even have some pop-up clinics in conjunction with some of the downtown business events, such as what is that called? Film on the Square. I'm getting the wrong word, aren't I? And movies on the square, and also they have on Friday nights, they have the music on the square. So anyway, we'll talk more about that, but just trying to find the people where we can get them and encourage them to get the shots. So you guys, as I always say, you rock, but you really do, and you're doing a great job, and we got to just move this forward. So thank you so much.
All right. Yeah, actually, at some point I want to hop in with you, Patrice, maybe in the Milton corridor or something like that. And, working together on different areas. And, I'm sure Kim's ready to respond to me. I dropped her a voicemail of, how do I coordinate with Sedona or Williams, but doing it in a way that they're prepared for that kind of thing.
I think that would be great. And as these events move forward, I'll get the word out to everybody, the other supervisors, and, kind of take turns on this, because I think it's a great opportunity to get out in our community and really sing the praises of what the county is doing, and then encourage all of the members of our community to get vaccinated. So absolutely, Chair Ryan, you are welcome anytime.
All right, that'd be neat. Yeah, we're all coming out of the woodwork at this point, huh?
Yes, Chair Ryan, I owe you a phone call back. I just haven't had 5 minutes between meetings today yet.
I know that feeling. All right. Looks like we have Supervisor Pagay. Judy?
Kim, thank you so much for heading the department. It means a lot, to everyone that's involved, and And I'm really, really glad that you're exploring other avenues and also expanding the sites. And, you know, you're almost 49%, but, you know, we need to help you. And so get us involved, you know, wherever you can within all the districts. So I think, you know, with our help, we can talk to our constituents and then see if we can go from there. One of the things I heard on the news was that I don't remember who it was, but they said, if we don't find out where this virus came from, it may repeat itself. Do you know anything about where it might have happened? Or because they were just throwing out stuff and I thought, oh my gosh, you know, so there wasn't one specific thing they were talking about. It was a whole slew of things. And so, but in order to prevent that, we need to be prepared is what they were saying.
Yeah, Supervisor Begay, I don't have a whole lot of really sound specifics, but I know that there still continues to be investigation and study into exactly how it originated. You know, we still do know that it came and originated out of Wuhan, China initially. Exactly how, those are the things that are still being looked into. And, you know, really looking at, again, just how we continue to prevent communicable diseases once they do get identified, and, you know, ultimately, hopefully stop them from becoming a worldwide pandemic going forward. But we do know there's lots of strange variants of things out there, and this isn't going to be our last pandemic. I mean, I hate to stand up here and say that, but it's not. That's why it's so important in all the conversations being had today when we talk about health disparities and really that vulnerability index and all of those components is how do we make our communities as healthy as possible so that when we do have these types of things that originate, that we're better prepared and they don't wipe us out. We don't lose lives. We don't lose, you know, economy, all of the things that happen. We don't shut down. And so, you know, it just goes to that position of why it's so important that we really seize this opportunity. And that's how I look at this, seize this opportunity to actually move the needle on public health and prevention and, you know, eliminating those disparities. We have a great opportunity here to turn something really horrible into something that can forever save us going forward. So there was my little soapbox spiel I got to get in there. So
yeah,
sorry, I don't have other specifics for you right now, Supervisor.
And then another question is, they're saying that some people have caught the virus even though they had the 2 shots. Do you know if there's a percentage or anything? Have you heard anything regarding that?
So the percentage of the population, certainly, but no vaccine is 100% foolproof. We know that. We've always known that about all sorts of vaccines, including the flu vaccine, right? I mean, we know that some people still get certain strains of the flu, whether they've been vaccinated or not. But we know it's a very small percentage. When you look at the millions and millions of people, and I don't want to misquote some numbers here because I don't have them in front of me, but when you look at the millions and millions of people who have been vaccinated, the number of folks who are still getting COVID is very small. And what we do know is the vaccine is almost 100% when it comes to preventing death from COVID illness and severe illness. It's very low numbers of severe illness if people do contract it. And it's the idea behind, even when we talk about the flu vaccine, that you may still get some mild form of it, but the idea is that vaccine is preventing you from getting the most serious symptoms from that illness. So it is still possible. However, what we tell people is overall, these vaccines have over a 90% efficacy. I mean, we don't get a 90% guarantee about most things in our life.
Yeah.
So that's really high when you look at that and recognize that if you have been around somebody who is positive, you don't even have to isolate or quarantine unless you start exhibiting symptoms. So that is more assurance of how beneficial and the efficacy behind the vaccinations.
Okay.
And certainly supervisors and for all of you, if there's interest in, additional information around that, we can get that for all of you, or at a later date, even provide some other information. Just, circling back on the efficacy of vaccinations and then also the virus in general.
Yeah, it almost begs for a cartoon like the beginning of Jurassic Park in terms of reproductive rates of microorganisms and how extraordinary they are and why mutations occur rapidly and therefore variants come about unless you have a vaccine that's helping to prevent that. So back to those basic components. Other board members, let's see, Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, thank you. Again, I appreciate the efforts and look forward to seeing how many more pop-up clinics we can provide for the community. I think we're getting there, but we still have a ways to go. And we just want to keep reiterating the need to continue with the COVID protocols so that way we can be safe and push the incentive program and really make that concerted effort to get that last 20% population that we need vaccinated to be in that safe zone. So, you know, again, I commend your efforts and I appreciate all the collaboration and looking forward to the events that we have coming up as we finalize and get more details. Thank you.
All right. And then we have Supervisor or Vice Chair Fowler. Lena, did you have anything?
We even have an event at the North Rim.
I know.
That's wonderful. That's really great. I'm sure you're working with Dan up there. And we just had an event there. It just opened May 15th and it will close October 15th. But it may be open for other activities than just going in and visiting. So anyway, thank you so much, everything that you're doing. And I know the communities really need to, really need to step up and get their vaccines. I think that's the best message that we can provide. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, one suggestion I have, and I don't know if you can pull it off, since all the construction projects are happening and they need their electronic signs, but when you hit these rural communities, or any community for that matter, human behavior, you forget what you're doing until you're starting to come home. And you see that little electronic sign as you're pulling into your neighborhood. It's like, oh yeah, I can do it now, or it's going to be tomorrow, or something like that. They're that or sandwich boards. Just additional pieces. You guys probably have talked about these things a million times, but if not, just additional thoughts of how do we counteract human behavior to make it easy. Therefore, they'll go ahead and do it. So.
Well, and I will say, Chair Ryan, I just was out in Parks yesterday driving by, and on the outside of the fire department sign, they already had, free vaccines here on Saturday. So I think that, that's all the communities are really helping out as well. And but yeah, absolutely correct, because that's how we get the word out, and it has to be convenient for people now. So we're really trying to focus on that.
All right. Well, looks like we've been through the board. So thank you, Kim. Thank you, Steve, and everybody that's working on this. This is great. Let's keep it up and get people vaccinated. So we did not finish item 25 with Steve and his report. And then we have roundtable that we'll hop into.
Mr. Chair, I think with the agenda items we've had today, I think that covers some of the high points. So I think I'm good on my end. Appreciate it. Okay.
So we'll work our way through roundtable. We'll start with District 1. And I bet there's a report about Montana out there somewhere. Huh?
There is, and I know you wanted to know what, and I just have to say, what happens in Montana stays in Montana, Chair Ryan.
Yeah.
No, actually, as you all do know, and thank you very much for you all starting earlier for the board meeting, so I could be at most of the board meeting for last Tuesday. I really appreciate my supervisors, working with me. So thank you so much. I did attend the Western Interstate Region Board of Directors meeting in Hamilton, Montana, with Greenlee County Supervisor Richard Lunt. I am the alternate. He is the voting representatives of WIR for the state of Arizona. And it was a great opportunity to meet with the other Western County officials, from the 15 Western states. It was a good dialogue and discussion with these other Western states on very similar issues that we face here in Coconino County. The increased threat of wildfire, of course, the drought, the need for forest health, forest maintenance, and of course, our ever-growing use of public lands and the unique, we're so happy that the public is using our public lands, but there are unique challenges that we are facing as a result of that, including, of course, having adequate enforcement on the National Forest Service, having adequate enforcement to help us with and maintain the beauty of our public lands. We also elected new officers to serve on the WIR board. Mark Whitney, who's a commissioner from Utah, is the president. Dan Joyce, who's a judge from Oregon, I call judges there for the county representatives, is our new first vice president. And John Espy, who's a commissioner from Carbon County, Wyoming, is the second vice president. And we also discuss, I'm going to take just a minute on this because it's something that a lot of us have not heard from, although we should because it's so important. And that's President Biden's vision and plan for building America back better. His 30 by 30 plan, which re-empowers America through clean energy, reduce greenhouse gas emissions at home and abroad, creates good paying jobs, hopefully millions of new good paying jobs, and importantly, a commitment to conserve and restore lands and water. His goal is to conserve at least 30% of our lands and water by 2030. And this is not just conservation through national parks, wilderness, marine protected areas, and partnerships with our tribal nations and our tribes, but also the voluntary private conservation efforts in working in concert with land stewardship, with farmers, ranchers, forest owners, the Audubon Society, Americans hunters, anglers, that we're all in this together, both as a country and a nation and a federal government, as county and county governments, and also as organizations and individuals in maintaining our conservation and stewardship of our lands. And I think as part of this, we can see, I know it was referred to in our board meeting earlier today, the importance of investing in our playgrounds, in our trails, in our open spaces, and in our parks. And I think we're going to see more of that and hopefully funding coming forward as well for Coconino County to be and continue to be an active part in conservation efforts and preserve our environment, our lands, our world for future generations. And so it's a really important project, 30 by 30. It's something I think we as a county will be participating in more and more. And then lastly, meeting in the streets, greeting and meeting in the streets. And both Supervisor Vasquez and myself have been doing that in the museum flood area. We are going to have our next one tomorrow. Certainly if a board member, we can't have a quorum, but if board members want to be there, just let us know because we can always schedule it as an agenda item for participation and obviously no action if we have a heads up that others would like to participate. They've been very well received. The one tomorrow is going to be at the upper end of Paradise, there behind Cedar Safeway on Paradise Street. And then we will be in Sunny Slope, and I'm going to let Geronimo talk about that in his district the following day. And it's been a great opportunity for the county staff, and they have just done a great job. They're there with all the hydrology maps to get information about shoring up properties and getting sandbags, and have done a great job of educating the community on what we need to do to keep them safe and what we can do to mitigate the potential flood risks that are faced because of the museum fire incident. And obviously vigilance and sandbags are important. And so both Supervisor Vasquez and myself have been working with the county staff and with United Way to help get some volunteers and to help identify homeowners and residents who are going to need help shoring up those sandbags, and because they remain the best line of defense that we have right now for possible flooding. So lots going on. United Way is, for members of the public who may be listening here in on a round table, for individuals that require further assistance because of either they're elderly or they've had disability issues or for other issues and they need help on it. You can call the call center at 928-679-8525 and let us know that you are in need of help on your sandbags. And also United Way, and I know there's a lot of individuals, we have such a great community, our volunteers, everybody wants to help, and United Way is in fact looking for volunteers to help in these efforts, and you can sign up and contact United Way to be part of their volunteer effort. They are coordinating the volunteer effort out there for the sandbags. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chair. That's my update.
Always busy out there. Oh, Geronimo,
Thank you.
District 2, yes.
Hard act to follow. She stole some of my thunder. No, I'm just kidding.
I
So
love
been working a lot on the meet in the streets, and we've had 2 already, and we have one tomorrow at Paradise and the other one on Ponderosa Park.
Hope you just dropped off, Geronimo. I don't know if you can hear, but we dropped off. So actually, he's not popping back yet. Why don't we hop over to District 4 and give Geronimo a chance to come back on. So Supervisor Piquet, Judy, District 4.
Yeah, well, thank you, Chair and the rest of the board members for, we're in here in the same boat and that we're all sharing information, a lot of good information, and I'm thankful for that. And then also, our office, we've been trying to get to, well, actually Mormon Lake visit. We're supposed to be visiting Mormon Lake last Saturday, but due to emergency in my family, I couldn't do that. So, but we did go down to Forest Lakes the week before on a Saturday, and there we met with the water district, and then we also met with the fire district, and then also we met with some homeowners associations. So we gave them a PowerPoint presentation and pretty much, talked about, they shared some information with us as to what they would like to see from that area. And so we plan to continue to do that with Mormon Lake, and then Blue Ridge is in the process of scheduling us. So we'll be going down to Blue Ridge also. So I'm really, and then plus ranchers, there's a rancher that really wants, I guess they have a little group there that they want to meet with us. So I just hope that we can hurry and be back in the office, because we have so much to do, but it seems like our hands are tied to one chair on one side and the other one's trying to move forward. So, but mainly I think we've covered most everyone. Naomi, I think, covered Mokopi. So we probably covered every department. I mean, we'll be covering everything, all the departments, organizations, chapters within our District 4 here shortly. So once we do that, that it would be good. So there's a lot of information sharing about our district, what there's a lot of complaints also on the other hand regarding ATVs and for dirt bikes, and people just a lot of trash. And so I'm glad that we discussed that earlier today, so that we can see what we can do as far as funding wise, holding the government accountable, for that too. So I'm really thankful for that. And so I think sometimes I just kind of wonder, how Smokey the Bear has a sign up. Maybe there's something in there. And then I'm just thinking way outside the box too. Maybe they should all get permits. And if they don't have a permit, they can't get on the road. And I think that was Samson was mentioned at one time that California has some kind of ordinances. I think we need kind of need to look at that ordinance and see what it says, so that we can go ahead and move forward with it and then get everybody informed and educated, and so that they have to go by that, because it's really getting out of hand. I understand it's been like that for years, and some people are trying to take it into their own hands, but because of limited police resources that are out there. So I guess that's what I have to report.
All right. A lot of similar issues. Let's see, District 5. That would be Vice Chair Fowler. Probably chasing down that mute button there.
Yes, I am. Thank you so much. Well, we continue to.
Hey, Lena, can we pause for a half a second? Looks like Geronimo wants to, he missed something there. Would you mind that? Looks like Lena will give you the floor there, Geronimo. Go ahead.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. I really appreciate it. I apologize for that. My computer, I didn't have it plugged in and it died right as I was in the middle of speaking. So I just wanted to say that I've been working on the museum fire preparation. We're looking to organize some kind of volunteer day, but don't have specifics yet through United Way. So if you know any volunteers interested, please get them registered through United Way. We've been working on the area plan, and we're meeting later on this week for Donny Park Fernwood area. And just want to say thank you to the committee for all the work that they've been doing. We're about a week behind where we want to be, but we're still progressing and making good progress with lots of community feedback. So that's exciting. And that we're making progress on the Sawmill Park project and the mural for the project. We're looking at possibly end of June. Things will be finalized soon. So I've been working hard and just appreciate the opportunity to share that with you. Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, for letting me jump back in.
There's a fee for that, right? District 5 fee?
There is. Well, that's great. I'm really happy that you're all really busy with that museum fire, because that is the issue this summer. So hopefully we'll get monsoon, but hopefully we will be ready for it, and everyone's gonna be safe and be able to ride out all the storms. And also we need that monsoon to come on through. So anyway, so we've been working, as you all know, went to the North Rim. The concessionaire there, Forever Resorts, received an Arizona OSHA award. It's the safest, it's a safety award for and it's the only one of the hospitality industry that has received an award in the state of Arizona. So I was very excited about that. They're also hiring. They're trying to hire some more people. So if you all know anyone that would like to have a seasonal job, they're also working to having a making sure that they're getting the word out. We also been continue to work on broadband. We met with Navajo Nation NTUA on how we might be able to collaborate on the ARP, and also provide input into Navajo Nation for the ARP. So we've had a number of meetings with Director Matt Fowler and Helen Costello from his department. And we have another meeting that's coming up, and trying to really work with Navajo Nation on the study that was conducted along 89 to this Utah border, and also on Highway 160 to the Four Corners. So those meetings continue. We are working with USDA and Navajo Nation and our former Supervisor Archuleta on some projects with Navajo Nation as well. and those are will be announced here soon, and we're trying to settle on dates and times right now. So that's where we're at with things. Miranda is on leave, and she'll be on leave until July, but we want to thank Greg for helping me out and backing up the office. Yes, and you're
What? That's a district free fee. There you go. I love it. Now, Greg let me know he's been helping you out, which is good. I'm glad he can. Are you done, Lena?
I am.
Okay. All right. Drop the bomb on me. You're taking my assistant. Actually, for my district free report, doing the chairmanship has been busy this year, so I've kind of neglected my communities, and I think we're over that hump. It's providing the opportunity to get back out, plus COVID, getting vaccinations, communities beginning to open up. It's a chance to start getting out there, and I'm starting to. Just a note, reminder for the potential forest cleanups associated with the voucher program in the area. It begins this week, June 4th. So outreach to your communities. It's one you might want to encourage them to participate if they're within that boundary. Munns Park, well, there's always an issue in Munns Park because there are about 5,000 people that are there when it's full in summertime, and if it's not off-highway vehicles or impact to the forest, could be trash, etc., as well as people going into the forest that aren't residents, which is a big impact. More lately, you might hear I have a constituent that wants us to pass a sound ordinance. It wouldn't affect what's going on anyway. There's a business that plays music outside. Most people are pretty happy with it, but it's new to him, and he's disappointed with that. And so Greg and I are handling it. If you get those, go ahead and pass them back over to us. But you can't always please everybody on what we're trying to do out there. There's been a lot of work being done out in Belmont. First, for all the work our public works are doing, part of that Prop 403, putting the roundabout in. It's resolving some of the issues of the queuing and safety issues with the trucks backing up onto the highway, but it also is needed for all this new growth that's occurring out in the Belmont area. They're putting out, it seems like a house a week goes up out there right now. I went out to High Country Fire to hear from the Howard Mesa residents that are concerned about a cinder mining operation. And we've been there before. You all might get this type of complaint. But actually, mine-in-law pretty much exempts county from any enforcement of any of our ordinances associated with it. It is a state-based issue, but I did go out with Morgan from ADEQ, who handles a number of issues related to mining. And we answer questions and are helping guiding residents into the appropriate state agencies. Along with that, because they had spoken to Representative Blackman as well as Barton, that they had said, no, it's a county issue, it's private land. So I've been in communication with their offices, showing them the statute, why we're restricted, why it is a state issue, but really good opportunity to talk about that. It's summertime. Go beyond Pinewood and look at all your communities. People are back in the forest, and so we definitely do have issues of the impact of metro area coming to our beautiful outdoors. And there are a lot of good users out there, but there's some that aren't so good, and it creates challenges for all of us on what's happening out there. So let's see, great work for Public Works, continuing. They're working. It's a carryover that they have plans on implementing their road projects throughout not only my district, but other districts out there. Really appreciate the work, hearing a lot from community members complimenting them. The sewer project going out to Tut Hill is still in process. So communities on this end are still a little bit disrupted by that, but they're gradually getting there and resolving those issues. Another issue that popped up, and it might be an opportunity for your district directors, is that we've had a vacancy created on one of our appointees in the trial court appointee for merit selection of judges. And so Greg and I'm reconstructing the nomination committee for vacancies. Then we're going to turn it over to Greg, keep pulling the supervisor out of the process, which is the intent associated with it, by getting those committee members together to make recommendations for appointments. For the sake of your district directors that may not have been through this process, it might be a great opportunity for them to see what Greg's putting together. It is a public meeting once that process proceeds. And then I am going to be gone on the 4th of July weekend, first time in decades probably that I'm going to miss a parade. But I have family activities that are going on, just a heads up on that. And also this weekend, I can't make it out to Williams, but they will have the traveling Vietnam Wall out in Williams on the weekend for any of you that might have an opportunity to go there. Hop into the chair's report. I think Mayor DC is reaching out to all of us. I'll be reaching out from the chair's perspective with him to see about collaboration between the city and county. And so we're just trying to schedule associated with that. I will be going up to Page to join Lena, and I believe Patrice will be going up there. So, I reached out to Val and Lindsay that we make sure that we have it posted. And so that's an important one for the ribbon cutting of the Justice Court facility. Let's see. I did respond to outreach associated with desire to reach out to LD6 representatives on the state budget. So that was a follow-up. I think you may have received an email associated with that. Greg's been attending the NACOG broadband planning workshops that NACOG's putting on. All of you should have gotten information associated with it, but they did have a workshop on that. And let's see, Sawmill Park, I believe Geronimo's doing most of it, but we'll get tied back into the loop on coordinating with the board, coordinating at the county level on what's going on. And obviously reaching out and touching Liz because she's really excited about this and is anxious for the participation associated with it. Because I am going to the Justice Court facility piece, I'm going to have to miss my meeting with Geronimo and Judy this week just on catch up. So the ball's in my court to make those happen. But I believe our directors are reaching out to each other just to catch up. And that's it from my side. Turn back to Steve for any last minute. Looks like we have Lucinda. Go ahead,
yes,
Lucinda.
Steve had to run to an appointment on the east side. So I think that's it, unless there's any other questions or concerns.
Board members, any last comments here?
No, thank you. I am off to see the Arizona Conservation Corps. So I'll see you in a few minutes, Lucinda.
Okay, great.
All right.
Bye.
Okay, with that, and Geronimo, looks like you as well. Okay, I'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Great meeting as always, and look forward to seeing everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Have a good evening.